All right, welcome new player. Um,
Thank you.
let's be less dramatic about this. Uh, where do we begin? This is your pre-story, so we have a context why you joined the party and what's going on in your life before you become a priest. Can you give me a rundown of who your character is?
Yeah, so character. First off, before they became a priest, they were a rogue, more specifically a thief. Uh, I guess like their quick rundown. For some reason or another, got caught up in the guild. Been like doing deals, doing like work for them, whether like doing like work for them with a less than favorable what's the word compensation.
So yeah,
Something yeah, I guess like, yeah, I'm trying to think of how specific I need to go. Yeah, I guess like, yeah, less than favorable compensation. Bad gig happened, and sort of like started to change their philosophy on how they view things. Oh yeah, character name, completely forgot about that. Julius is their first name.
all right.
Would have been good to start off with that, but only one take.
Only one take. Also, the name is on screen, so
Oh, I forgot about that. Yeah, I forgot that the name's on screen.
yeah. So Julius is a rogue at this point. Some problems happening in his life, right? And he is kind
Oh
of
yeah, for sure.
getting screwed over by the guild. They make him do things for them. Do you like being in the guild? Do you like being a rogue, breaking in, stealing stuff?
I think it's more that Julius probably hasn't thought of a life outside of it. So I don't think it's more of like a like or dislike. It's more like this is like the cards I was dealt, and I'm going to make the best out of it I can.
Mm-hmm.
I think he has things he definitely dislikes, but he probably has people that like he's grown to like at least like or tolerate. More probably like, yeah, that's fair. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
like like made some acquaintances of not like probably the higher ups, but like the average worker who like maybe got roped into a similar situation as him, maybe voluntarily joined, and then like had some camaraderie, stuff like that probably.
Mm-hmm.
But
Okay.
yeah, it's predominantly probably like neutral. Like doesn't really like or dislike it either way. It's just
Okay.
sort of like a this is my life. I grew up. This is like the best thing that I could probably have come up with. Eh.
Just unlucky.
Yeah,
Okay.
pretty much.
Or maybe lucky. Who knows?
Yeah, he'll find out.
Great. Do you want to give us any details about the job that went wrong?
Yeah. I'll give some light details on it. Like we can figure out, like we'll figure out more as it goes along. But the quick and dirty of it is that got tasked with stealing something like a valuable magical item or perceived magical item. Uh, got had like like probably like a good like half dozen people on the job. He like Julius was the one like running it or organizing everything, and then job predominantly went pretty terrible from his perspective. Got the item luckily, but a good I'd say like most of the people died or were permanently crippled.
Mm-hmm.
Then like when he like gave the when like he like told the news and like handed the item over to like the higher ups, they like were ecstatic about the entire process.
Mm-hmm.
And Julius was just kind of like shocked at it because like most of the other jobs he did were one maybe two-person jobs, like low things like small things or like easy things like one person distracts or the other person goes in and steals, stuff like that, or like
Mm-hmm.
single person jobs. This one was like his first big job, and to his perspective went terribly, and it was just sort of like, oh, all these people died and you just don't even care at all about it, like from the furthest thing from their minds.
Comes with the job, huh?
Yeah, that was something like it was just something he never thought of, or like he heard about people dying, but it was less more so like oh, other people died, I didn't know them, so it was less personal for him.
Mm-hmm. All right. Why why did you steal this specific item?
This item, uh, predominantly because I would assume I'd guess like the guild probably like came after him or like tasked him with it.
Mm-hmm.
But they might have had like they might have done like some it might have been like a combination of like, hey, we need something like this, and then Julius might have done some of the legwork and then proposed like, hey, there's this item that meets your criteria that's coming in or is in the city from like my contacts or like some of your contacts. Maybe it might have been something along those lines, and like they sort of worked out the hashed out the details and then
Mm-hmm.
like proposed like the job or the heist.
And what was the item used for?
Extending life, like natural life. So like if a human normally lives like 90 years, it might make them live like 91 or 90 to 95 years, something along those lines.
Okay, so this was a
Like a
somewhat,
like a potion, an amulet, something along whatever.
yeah.
Like it could have been like a one-off item or an item that you wear,
Mm-hmm.
something along those lines.
So basically something to cheat the natural death.
Yeah, not like give you more constitution, but like actually like expand your like expand like your potential lifespan, if like your natural lifespan.
Mm-hmm. Do you think that the item would have worked, or do you think that was a scam?
Uh he's not sure. I don't think he cares. It was valuable enough that I don't think he cares much about like if it worked or if it didn't work. I think he more cares about the fact that like the guild cared about it enough to make him do the job. So that's all he cared about. And the fact that it just ended up like costing a bunch of lives sort of felt like the irony of the whole situation.
Mm-hmm.
To get something that may or may not even work because they couldn't even verify it because none of them were mages or like had access to magic.
Yeah. Maybe the guild could verify it, but they didn't tell
Yeah,
you,
it's
and you weren't
yeah,
able to.
and it's too late now because they already got the item and the people are already dead. So
Yeah.
I don't think it matters to the situation. I don't think it matters to him whether or not it's real or not. It just as long as they thought it was real, that's all that mattered.
Probably didn't matter for the guild either. They just
Yeah, probably
sold
not.
it. They got
Yeah,
probably like tasked to do this, and
yeah, and they can like like look back and like, hey, look, this thing was stolen around the same time we got it. Sort of like to verify that it's like at least the item that like they said it was.
hmm. All right. So
Oh yeah, I think I forgot. This all happened in Port Bream.
Yeah.
Just yeah, I forgot to mention that.
So at the moment you live in Port Bream. You've
Yeah, I
been
think
born there. You have been there your whole life.
yeah, I think he might have done like some small adventuring, like to like maybe some small villages on like the near it, but I don't think he's left like this area like for like a long period of time ever.
Okay. So there's like the two villages next to Port Bream, who are Kurilakuru over here, and then there's Monala to the west as well.
Yeah, so like he might have been there like once or twice, like to each of them, like throughout his whole life, and that's like it. Yeah, so he's 21. I think he probably would have he spent the vast majority like in Port Bream and like like in it or like slightly around it.
Mm-hmm. Have you ever visited any of the other major cities?
Not by choice. If he has, it was also would have been like a very short term thing, like hey, we want you to go over there to meet somebody or something like that. Like
Mm-hmm.
I don't think he would have chosen to leave. Leave.
Okay. So
I don't think
closest-
he's like. I don't think he's against like adventuring or moving. Like, I think he has probably like everyone has like that desire to like go and see other things they haven't seen. It's just more so like I don't have the time or I don't have the time and I feel like I don't really have my own time, let alone like the professional time to move around and do like stuff on my own.
All right. Yeah. So there was like one time that the guild sent you to Lobey to help out with something or support someone over there. They needed someone to break into a building or so, and they sent you over.
Yeah, that's probably the
Other than
farthest he's
this,
been from Port
yeah.
Bream. Like in the the second biggest city he's been to aside from Port Bream.
Yeah. Okay. So here we are in the middle of Port Bream. It's the middle of the rain season at the moment. It's August. It's hot, but you're at the sea, so it's kind of acceptable. Port Bream is the major port in this kingdom. Even though one would question why they even have a port, because they don't really use it for much. But There are some ships going out, mostly for fishing, some larger fishing vessels, and there's also some transportation of goods that goes from Port Bream to Barrios up the river. Uh, there's also the mining operation that is run from Port Bream to up north. So there's some requirement for larger ships and smaller ships around here, and most of the stuff happens from Port Bream. Hmm. Have you been to the sea? Did you ever like try to
I
join a
don't.
ship?
I don't think so. He never like it wasn't like a wanderlust because it wasn't like another continent or like another large island to go to, and like he's just sort of like
Hmm.
I don't see the point in going out. To just like see some people catch fish,
Yeah.
or like maybe like he's never been to Barrios, so he's never had a reason to go like a transportation ship,
Hmm.
like go like on a transport. So he's probably just been like might have been on like some small vessels, like maybe like go on like a small boarding vessel to like a ship that's like a merchant ship that's coming in, like or like a guild ship that's checking items or something like that. But he's never like that's about as far as he's gone. So maybe like like half a mile off coast if that.
Hmm. Maybe some fishing as well. Oh.
Yeah, maybe like some minor meandering or something like that,
Hmm.
like some mindless fishing. Nothing like he's consciously done really.
Yeah. At some points, like you needed to get some money in, so maybe you went fishing for a week or 2 weeks.
Yeah, like when it was like like half a dozen other people and just sort of like mindlessly did and like had some
Hmm.
small talk and that's about it.
Yeah. Okay. Great. How did the job gone wrong? Stealing this item to prolong life for probably some rich merchant dude or some other rich dude in the city or in another city, and you you paid for this with 5 existences or something like this. How did this change your view on life and death?
Uh it gave him a more I don't know if it really changed. I'm trying to think. I think it would have just made him more aware of the whole situation
Hmm.
of like oh this is what's happening. People like like I assume like there's a probably like a I don't think he's ever seen undead, but he's probably heard of like people like liches and stuff. I feel like there's probably like tales, like fairy tales sort of stuff like that around. So he's
Hmm.
probably heard of like, huh, this isn't so different from that. I mean, it's a little different obviously because they didn't die and be like reborn, but
There's also
sort of just like
a large rumor that the leader of the guild is a necromancer.
oh yeah, I remember that. Yeah, yeah. So he's sort of like he's probably like thought about this on and off like throughout like the weeks or days since like the job, and it's sort of like just like sort of came to the conclusion that it's a little just kind of unfair. That's like his predominant like that's like his predominant viewpoint so far
Hmm.
is that it's like he's always like leaned in that direction of like yeah it kind of sucks but what can I do about it. Now it's like oh this is like actually unfair at this point.
Hmm. Is
Like
Julius religious in any way?
uh I'd say he probably like knows of like the popular gods and like like the stuff, but I won't say like he probably knows the tales, but I wouldn't say he's like super religious.
Hmm.
I won't say he's like unreligious either. Like I don't think he disbelieves, but he just hasn't been like it's sort of been like a yeah I do it because that's what everyone else does sort of thing.
Hmm. It's a bit like the Pascal's gamble or something. I don't remember who was it, but if you
Oh yeah, yeah. I think
what's the
yeah
yeah,
Pascal's wager or something. I
Pascal's
think.
wager? Yeah, I think
Yeah, yeah. It's like it's
can't
like
go
there's
wrong with
either
believing.
yeah,
Yeah,
it's like you can't go wrong with worshiping because
no.
if there is no God, then you just basically like oh well. But if there is a God, then you get like eternal salvation.
Hmm.
Yeah, based sort of like that, but like not really like well thought out. Sort of like
Yeah.
just like the sort of it's more so like oh like everyone around me does it. Most of the citizens
Hmm.
do it. Everyone I talk to, or like most people I talk to, sort of do it. And it's like oh yeah, that just makes sense because why else
Hmm.
would ever like no one's doing this for fake, right? Why else would everyone do it?
Yeah, and it's like commonplace. Most people you know do it. You grew up with like your parents probably taught you about the gods, and then yeah, there's
Yeah,
a
the only
large
like
temple in Port Bream, so
yeah, the only like minor questioning he's probably had was he probably had this, but like he probably hasn't thought of it like consciously in a while. Was like, why aren't there any like magical clerics. Like he's heard about, or actually, magical clerics were a thing, right? At least those are tales of them.
Yeah,
Like
there's like
clerics who could cast spells.
tales about divine interventions and priests running around and doing divine stuff and healing people from sicknesses and all this crazy stuff.
Yeah, he's probably thought about that, but then he's probably like rationalized it away, like, oh, they probably like are doctors. That's probably what they were, or something along those lines. Like, but like
No,
but he
it's just
still has
fairy
like that
tales.
mind. Yeah, or like we're fairy tales, but he's probably also had that minor thing of like, huh, they're all like, it's a very predominant like theme of like they were be able to cast magic, and like we have wizards, so obviously magic is real and magical items. So it's like, huh, he has like that like inkling feeling sometimes when he thinks about it or like hears people, but it's like he sort of like waves it away and doesn't really think about it too much more beyond that.
All right. I think this is enough exploration of your psyche to begin. Are you ready?
As ready as he'll ever be.
All right. Let me just quickly check so I don't use the wrong thing. It's not in here, okay. I need to use correct music. So, hold on. All right. Your story in this campaign begins with a dream. But before we get to this dream, there's one thing. As you like wander through the city at night, heading back to your place where you're sleeping at the moment, you see off in the distance a large bird sitting on a tree. As you look at the bird, you get this distinct feeling that something is off with this bird. Give me a perception check.
Perception. Ooh, nat 20. First
Nat
roll.
20.
First roll. Oh, wow. Look at that.
First roll of the game, and it's already a 20. Great.
Yeah, that's a good omen.
That's a good omen, yeah. At the time, as you get a bad omen, you at least roll a good roll.
So Julius probably like looks at it, like cocks his head a little bit, like sort of just like, what is that? Like he's trying to like see if he recognizes the bird.
Yeah. The general shape of the bird, you believe that this is some kind of owl, a large owl. You have never seen this bird, like this type of bird in town before. But as I said, you notice that something's off, and with your nat 20, you quickly see what the problem is. It appears as though the bird does not have a face.
Does it have eyes or like just nothing, just completely flat, like it's like smooth?
No, just a skull, just bone.
Like, Julius sort of like, like looks away from it, looks back, like sort of like, rubs his eyes a little bit just to make sure he's not like seeing something.
No, it's sitting there, and as you like shake your head trying to get this weird feeling out of your head, you get a distinct idea that this bird is looking at you.
Like, is it like is this a like how large, like how like wide is the road that I'm taking? I'm assuming I'm on a road.
Yeah, you're on a road, like in town. There's like some trees next to the road. Just some random shadow for the road. It's a large road. There's a lot of people around.
So I'm just gonna. So he's not like he likes talking. He's a good charm, but he's not like, he feels like weird about this, and he's like, so he's gonna like walk to the other side of the road and just see like sort of like glance back up at the bird every now and again, and just try to confirm if it's following him, like looking at him, see if like its head tilts or like its head and neck turns or something.
It does.
He's sort of like, fuck, what is that?
You're like
he's gonna
60 feet away from the bird.
Okay, he's gonna he's curious. I was thinking if he was curious or more scared about this, but I think he's curious about it.
Also, he's gonna, as you like are curious about the bird, like your peripheral vision picks up that nobody else seems to care.
Oh, so it's like the bird is like clearly like envisioned, but like no one else seems to notice it.
Yeah.
That's
No,
that's
nobody's
fucking
looking
weird.
at the bird. Nobody gives a fuck. Everybody's just doing their own stuff. And here you are looking at a bird that seems to have no flesh on his face. That's strange. The coloring of the bird is pretty dark. I would say it's like black, dark brown, gray mixed in with each other.
Yeah, he's gonna like walk towards the building or like the monument that like the bird is on or the
Mm-hmm.
wall. Just sort of try to get to like the base of it.
Mm-hmm. As you
Like
get
probably like
yeah, you're walking over there, and as you get 30 feet away from the bird jumps off the tree and flies up, disappears from your vision.
hmm. Sort of just like mutters under his breath. That's fucking weird.
Hmm.
Huh. Hmm. He'll see like what direction it flew into, and like watch it fly off into like the horizon, or like see like where it lands. Then he'll probably like continue walking back to where he was like.
It's dark outside, so the bird jumped off the tree, flew up across the next roof, and then you couldn't see it anymore.
Oh yeah. And he'll like try to squint his eyes to see if he can like get his eyes to adjust or see better. And then he'll like give up after like 10 seconds, and then like go back on his journey, like go back on like his his route already.
Mm-hmm.
Sort of like thinking to himself a little bit, like that's fucking weird. Maybe I'll like ask somebody about that.
Mm-hmm.
See if they've seen any owls around lately. Maybe like weird exotic owls that
Mm-hmm.
don't have faces.
Happens all the time, animals with no faces. It's the
He's like
most
I don't
natural
know,
thing on the planet.
He's like, I don't know, maybe I'll talk to one more smart than I am, like more learned. Maybe they've heard about it.
Maybe. So
yeah,
yeah, you head home, and there's nothing else to do for the day, so you go to sleep, I assume.
Yeah, he probably like sits and thinks for like a little bit. Like I think that's been like his like habit for the past like couple like ever since like the job to sort of like think about stuff for a little bit. And then like it's sort of like I imagine like the owl keeps popping up in his head, like at least like towards the end he's like, that's fucking weird, like. And then like he just sort of like shoves it out of mind and then like forces himself to sleep. Has like a dagger underneath his pillow just in case someone tries to get a grudge back on him that he probably put on like a debt someone that needs to be repaid, something along those lines, just in case.
You always have a dagger under your pillow, right?
Oh yeah, obviously, yeah. I don't think he like unless like he's 100% safe or like he's not allowed to have weapons. He's like but he never thinks he's 100% safe. But like he always like says, in the case I'm 100% safe, I'll do it. But I don't think he's ever been in a situation where he thinks he's 100% safe.
Yeah. You always find a good reason to have your dagger under your pillow.
Yeah, of course.
All right. You go to sleep, and you wake up, but this is not your room. This is a weird, like, you instantly think this is a dream.
It's like, okay.
A lot of things don't make sense. Yeah.
Okay, so like sort of like like things aren't like super in focus. Like it's sort of like that dreamy feeling where like things aren't in focus. Like
it's a bit hazy.
Yeah, like colors don't really make sense or aren't really there.
Colors are mostly missing actually. It's like everything seems to be dark, but you still can see like into the distance. So it can't be really dark when you can see into the distance, right? And the ground is just dead ground. Seems maybe this was burned not too long ago or something. There's no grass or nothing. The only thing you see 100 feet away from you is a dead tree, a large tree but no leaves. Maybe lightning struck it and it's burned down. This tree is definitely dead. And sitting on the tree is a large bird. Seems to be an owl.
Julius probably thinks to himself, fucking weird dream, of course. Like, I imagine, like, because he has high willpower, he probably has, like, decent amount of dreams that, are, like, kind of lucid, but probably like, the first one of, like, this type, I can't imagine, unless, like, he might have had, like, calling to this in the past, but he's probably the first time he's had like a dream this lucid with like this imagery.
Yeah. And you notice that you're like only wearing like simple clothing. You don't have your dagger. It's probably still under your pillow.
Yeah, like he does like his quick pat down, like make like see what he has on him, and then he like notices he doesn't have anything like really important, and then he's sort of like, huh.
You have nothing.
It can't be reality. Like he knows that I haven't been kidnapped by like a weird wizard, so
Yeah.
must be a dream. So
You don't even have shoes on.
He's like, yeah, huh. So I'll just do the thing that you do in dreams and find shit out.
Yeah. So you stand there. You notice you're standing. You're not lying on the ground. You woke up standing. You kind of feel the ground with your feet. Don't really like the feeling is off as well. As you're standing there and contemplating about what's happening to you, you hear a voice. Come closer, my child.
Is it like a voice inside his head, or like a voice like from like the owl's direction?
You can't tell.
Okay. So he's like, he turns around and like looks around really quick, like nothing. Just like make sure like nothing else like he could be walking towards, and he's sort of like,
yeah. In all the directions you see into the distance, but there's nothing anywhere.
Yeah, he sort of realizes the direction like he's supposed to go, but he's sort of like a little cautious, and he's sort of like he doesn't really know where to talk, so he sort of like looks around in all directions and sort of like screams. He's like, "Oh, you mean me?"
You try to speak, but no, nothing comes out of your mouth.
He's like, okay. Like he'll just he'll slowly creep towards like the tree.
Yeah,
maybe not like a walking pace, but like like a slowed walking pace.
Maybe you have had a nightmare before where you can't scream or anything. This dream-like behavior. You try to speak, but you can't. So
yeah, it's like weird, but not like super weird. Yeah, there's a lot of flags, but not enough to like be like, oh, this is like something completely out of the ordinary.
As you get closer to the tree, and you're like 60 feet away now, you notice that on the ground next to the tree is a person, and you can't really say why, but instantly you think that this person is dying.
Okay, I'm gonna, yeah, I think he'll like, go up to them, like, like speed up his pace, or do like a jog, get up, like, like a quick jog, get over to them, just sort of like, oh shit, like what's going on, like who are you, can I do anything, stuff like normal behavior.
As you like speed up a bit and walk the first 10 feet, you see out of the corner of your eyes, like you focus on the person on the ground, right, where you see that the bird is turning around, at least the head is turning around, and you notice the missing flesh from the face. You're looking at this bird skull, no eyes.
I think he stops for like a moment, sort of like thinks to himself, he's like, this is getting weird now. But then like, tries to, but then like, keeps going at like a slower pace. Instead of like a fast jog, it's probably like a fast walking pace now.
As you're getting really close to the person on the ground, you once again hear this voice around you in your head. It's really hard to tell. It just is there, right?
Yeah.
Tell me, should this person die? And as you look at the body on the ground, you kind of realize that this is the person for whom you have stolen the item.
Oh.
Which is maybe a bit weird, because I don't really know if you ever saw the person, but
I imagine I probably did, just to like, probably had like, like a dossier, and like probably had like a description, and probably saw them at some point. So I don't know if I don't think I knew them, but like I probably like knew of them.
Yeah. So yeah, that's this guy.
Sort of like he's like thinks to himself. I think the first thing that comes to mind is, I don't think so.
Well, you look at the probably soon to be corpse on the ground. And as you look at it, without much thinking at all, yeah, the idea jumps into your head. Yeah, probably yes. Like, even though you don't really want to be the person who's like, you don't want to make the choice, but deep down, I think you, considering all the shit that went down, believe that the fact that you tried to prolong this guy's life and paid for it, that's unreasonable.
Yeah, he does the quick like logic thing of like a like you know like thinking like at like fine speed, and then he's probably sort of like a he probably like lets out like a low like yeah, sort of like kind of unsure why he's saying that, or like not entirely like convinced why he believes that, but he's saying it. But that's like the thing that comes out of his mouth nonetheless, or his lips.
As you like try to say this, once again, nothing comes over your lips. As you accept the realization, you also notice something new that you haven't experienced before. Around the person on the ground seems to be this aura of death.
Oh, like I think I know what you're talking about. Like that feeling of like. Yeah, I think I know what you're talking about. Yeah, he's sort of like
you
he's
get
sort of like
a visual impression, like
oh yeah,
you
okay.
can see this.
Oh, okay, that's even yeah. So he sort of like hesitates, and he's like, or like he probably like like he's probably slowed down to a stop when he's ever since like that question got asked. But now he's like actually, and now he's like physically hesitating to like go forward.
So
Just probably on like a natural reaction.
yeah, you once again hear the voice. You can see it clearly now, can't you? This is but one of the gifts I bestow on you. All you have to do in return is to fulfill your duties in your world.
Sort of like Julius is kind of like trying to process this like as quick as he can. He's like, what? He's like, I think like he's sort of like thinking to himself. The first question is that like, what would that entail?
Yeah.
Your duties.
Yeah, you like question what's going on, and you look up, and you assume by now that the voice must be coming from the owl in some way, and
yeah, it's like the only other thing here.
Yeah, you see that the owl like opens one of its wings and kind of points it at you, and
sort of like start walking towards it. The owl, that is.
No, the owl points at you.
Oh, okay. I thought it was pointing at the wing. Okay, I misinterpreted.
The owl like waves its wing, points at you, and as it points at you, you suddenly realize that in your left hand you're holding a obsidian spike.
Sort of like wondering like how did that get, and then he sort of like shakes the idea out of his head like it's weird shit going on. He I think he sort of understands what the owl's asking him, or like what like this thing, the owl, I think that's what he's gonna call it for now, is asking him. But he's just gonna like confirm it, and he's sort of like
Yeah, you look up again and you see the owl like slowly lowering its wing, pointing at the person on the ground. And you hear the voice again. Do what must be done and send its crest towards my brother. I just like
he's as like
sentence.
He's walking.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like he's walking towards the corpse. He's gonna do like a quick mental like thing. He's like brother. He's thinking like, oh, this has to be something. Like he's trying to think he's heard of like or heard in like a tale of a tale of a tale of like if he's ever heard of like a death owl before.
No, nothing. The one thing that you recognize is the word kres, which is the concept of the soul. Like from the trias of the deities and the two concepts. This is something you recognize. Like walking forward, you get closer to the person, and as you get closer, you realize something else seems to be here, and you quickly look around. And in some weird way, like some sort of distorted reality, uh, you see to your right uh, a black orb, and glowing from the black orb are two blue eyes. And you feel some sort of a, it almost feels like a cold air coming from there. And just as you're like done with realizing this, you feel on your left shoulder a gust of warm air, and you turn around, and in the same way as just this black hole of the blue eyes, you see another sort of distorted reality, sitting in a hellish landscape. Everything has like a red glow to it. Is a large dog. Small flames coming from its mouth.
I think Julius gets like the gist of what's of like what those like eyes and like images and like beans mean.
Yeah.
Like after like a little bit of thought, but then like as like he's sort of like as like he's like slowly like walking towards like this body with like this obsidian spike in hand.
Mm-hmm. You hear like the voice once again echoing in your head. Don't mind the audience. Fulfill your duty.
Yeah, like as like I think like he probably like gets like right over like the body, and then like I think like he stops, like he doesn't do anything, but just sort of like stops for like a moment or two.
There's still this aura around the person on the ground. This aura that feels like death to you. You can't really tell. You have never seen a aura of death before, so
Yeah, he's like
but
he just I think he sort of like unconsciously knows what it is, like just from like a feeling of it, but like he's still probably like this is weird, like he doesn't know what it is, so like it's it's foreign to him, but I think like he has like this like his little bit of like an uncomfortable feeling to it, I imagine. Like I think as I think he stops as he gets over like the body, and then he just sort of like doesn't turn around to the owl, but just sort of like he's sort of like looking at like the obsidian spike, and he's like is this real?
nothing comes out of your mouth.
Yeah, but yeah, I think he's trying to that's like his only way he knows how to talk. So he's just sort of like trying to talk out loud, and the owl seems to be able to communicate back. That's like what he imagined so far. I don't think he's like figured out the mechanics of it yet.
Yeah, you're looking at the owl, and the owl doesn't say anything, but you have the feeling that you are getting, maybe judged is the wrong word, but the owl is looking at you with a lot of interest. It's very interesting what you're going to do. You hear from the ground like some dying sounds. You have you have seen people die before, so you can kind of tell that even if you do nothing, a person is going to die soon. It's just, do you want to let it suffer its last few moments, or just end it here?
Yeah, I think he thinks to himself, he's like, I don't really know how to heal, so it's gonna die anyways. So, is it like a dagger or a knife, or is it just like a spike, like a sharp edge to it, like the obsidian?
It's really spiky.
Okay, so he probably does. He probably like does like a like kind of still confused what's going on. Probably like bends down, like gets like tries to get like a nice angle, or like a nice like probably like a nice thrust into like his like into like the dying man's neck, and tries to make it like tries to just do it like as quick as possible. No reason to put like any fanfare or like any into it or anything.
So you kneel down on the ground, put the spike in the person's
like
just push it
pretty
in.
much. Yeah, like tries to like not like slowly, but do like a quick in and out, like try to not like anything like not. I mean, it's painful at like least painful as it can be, but this doesn't seem like it's gonna be painful no matter what with this thing.
Yeah, so you stab the person on the ground, and as you slam the spike into the person, its shape starts to change. The 1 second it was the old man that you stole the item for, the next second it's one of your colleagues who died on the job. Some of the other colleagues, one of them who got crippled. Then it becomes a stranger you have seen on the street this day, and it starts switching around. One time you're certain you're looking at your father on the ground with the spike in his neck, and it starts shifting ever quicker.
I think he does like an oh shit and like acts and like just instinctively pulls back, and then I'm trying to think when he pull back with the spike.
You're trying to pull back, but you're like stuck in this position, and just look at the corpse on the ground who's shifting through all the different people people you can't really put a finger on where you have seen them before, and it's shifting really fast. At some point you can't really make out what's going on anymore, and then it stops and you're looking in your own face.
Sort of like, I don't think he recognizes it entirely at first, but then like he sort of like because probably like mirrors aren't super common, but then he sort of realizes like, oh, that's like what everyone described me as recently, and like it seems close enough to like I looked at the last time I see it, and then he sort of like he tries to
in the position.
Yeah, like he tries to like instinctively move to like touch himself, like touch like his face to make sure like, oh, there's like the same features, right? But like then he realizes he can't, and then he's like sort of just kind of like he's like paralyzed for whatever reason, and then he's sort of like.
But as you're looking at yourself on the ground, you notice that the aura has changed. It's no longer a aura that's portraying death. Now it's an aura that's portraying life. And this feels like kind of refreshing in this place. And you hear the voice in your head again. The voice says, "You may have wondered, but your time has not come yet." And some weird changing of what's going on. You open your eyes again, this time lying on the ground, looking up at the dead tree, at the owl sitting on the tree, looking into the dark sky. You hear the voice for one last time as it says, "The people will believe again. Things are changing. I'll have use for your services soon. Now, awaken into your new life, Julius Wynn." And you black out again. Next thing in your mind is you wake up in your bed. Oh, that music is too much. Let's go with tower music. You wake up in your bed. The dream is over. Or like you wake up and everything's normal again.
He's probably like, like, that was weird. Was that real? Like, he's like thinking to himself, was that real? Like, it was way weirder than a dream I've ever had before. That was like very vivid, it seemed like, and like feelings like he's never felt before. Like things he's never seen before. Like, he's sort of like, I think that was a dream, but the owl, like all these things lining up, he's sort of like, like, he wants to go ask people questions. It's sort of like his first instinct, but then he's sort of like, do they believe me? Like, who can I ask? Like, he's thinking, like, but then like, I imagine he's like, unless you can tell me otherwise, but I imagine he's sort of like kind of uncomfortable about the whole thing, but also kind of weirdly calm, I imagine. Like, weirdly calm about like how like foreign that was, but also he's sort of like, why am I so calm?
Yeah, I like have this few thoughts as you wake up in the morning and then you get out from your bed. You go to grab your dagger from under your pillow and notice that instead of the dagger, there lies the obsidian spike and a piece of what you guess is bone that has a hole in the middle and a small hole at the top.
Obsidian spike. But the hole in the top and bottom, you said, with the bone?
One large hole in the middle, which from its size you would guess is big enough to put the spike through it.
Ah.
And a small hole at the top.
Yeah, so I imagine like he goes to like grab his dagger, just like not really thinking too much of it, just sort of like second nature, and like he realizes like the handle's different, and like he realizes like the familiarity of the feel from like his dream, and then sort of like like picks up his pillow, like sort of like throws it to the side, and he's like then he's like, oh, then like he picks up like the spike, picks up the bone, does like, and then like he sort of like pieces it together, like it's like he slowly realized, and oh, this is getting more and more real. Like more tangible, and like he probably like does the first thing that a child does, like when like he sort of like sees the hole like in the bone, like puts his finger through it and like sort of like eyeballs the size, and then like puts like the obsidian spike like through the large hole in the bone, or like slowly, not like forcefully, but like sort of sees if it fits.
It fits perfectly. It fits so well that you put it in there and it's not moving. Like you put it in and then you try to like shake the bone and the obsidian spike's not moving.
Yeah, almost like it's made for, like it fits so smoothly.
Unnaturally so, yeah.
Yeah, it's like this is like it's hard. Like I feel like it would be like master craftsmanship to make like an obsidian spike in a bone that fits this perfectly. And he's like sort of like in awe for a second, and then he's sort of like so is it like the bone is like the handle and like the spike is like a like almost like a hammer or something like that sort of shape, or is it?
No, it's like a tilted X. So if you imagine the bone is going like this, and then the spike goes through it like this.
Oh, okay. So it's like okay. I gotcha now. Yeah. He sort of like holds it like probably from like where like the small hole is at the bottom, and then like the like the bottom of the obsidian spike like handle is, I imagine, or like the perceived handle.
Yeah.
Sort of like holds it in like each hand, then he's sort of like, he doesn't really know what to do with it because like the shape's kind of like tongue shaped, so it can't really be moved. So he doesn't really know what to do with it at the moment. At least like nothing like comes to his head.
Yeah. I see.
Sort
like,
of just like
wave the thing around a bit and like put it up and down. You notice that without you trying to pull the spike from the bone doesn't go. The spike doesn't come out. Like these two things stick together. You can purposefully separate them.
Okay.
But unless you do this, they seem to be one piece.
Yeah, I think he probably like separates them for now just for convenience. Like I think like he tested out for like a couple minutes, like he realized like he can take it out, but it can't come out naturally, it seems like. And he's sort of like, huh.
Yeah, so size-wise, this the spike is about like 2/3 of your hand in length.
Okay, so it's pretty small.
Yeah, and the bone is about the same size.
Yeah, I think he probably like keeps them separate for now. Like see, like sort of like tries to find a good spot to put them, and then like realize like he can probably put it like in his pocket or something like that. 'Cause it seems like it's probably smaller than the dagger that he had, but so it can't fit like in a sheath, and also it'd be kind of weird to carry that around in a sheath if he had it.
Yeah, like the one thing that's still kind of why is this there is the small hole on top.
Like the small. Yeah, so I think like he sort of like looks at his hands to see like if it's like the size of his finger. Looks at like looks at like his other like the obsidian like spike a little bit to see like any like the parts on there seem to have like a similar fit to the hole.
No, and if you look at it and like the only thing that you can think of would be like a small like string, like a leather string, like one that you use to like close down one of your baggies, one of your small bags that might fit through it, or some sort of chain.
Yeah, I think the first thing he does is he probably goes to like an empty like sack or something like that, or like a bag, and sort of finds some probably finds like a cutting knife or something like he can use to, like cut the cord and like pull it out of like the sack.
Yeah, It's
Then like
easy. You have a few
yeah, then,
daggers lying around, so
yeah, then like tries to see like just like it's like try to see if he can fit it through it. Like just like see like what
yes.
the shape is like. Like like measures it up with his eyes and then like goes through the process of like stringing it through.
Yeah, you can easily put a string through it, and maybe you could wear this as a necklace if you have a long enough string or a long enough chain.
Yeah. He's thinking about this and he's like, yeah, I guess this could it'd be weird to put it over a shirt. I could probably put it under a shirt, maybe. But then he's like thinking of like, what about the spike? I guess I can put that in like a sack or my pocket or something. It doesn't seem like it'd be too haphazard. But he's trying to think like he's thinking of like why does it go together and like what to do with it.
Hmm. Well,
And then I think for now he's gonna he's like, oh shit, I probably have shit to do today. He's like, I think he's gonna put it in like he's gonna try to like haphazardly like he's got rope use, so he's probably gonna like haphazardly tie some like cord together and like probably get something more permanent in the future, and then probably like go like tie like tie some like two uses of a rope or twine or put around like like sacks like together, like make like a long enough like rope to put around his neck, tie it like put it through like the small hole in the bone, put it like underneath like his tunic, and then probably put like the obsidian spike in his pocket for now.
all right, but you put it on like both pieces together first.
Yeah, he puts the bone on. He ties like the string together, or he puts like one piece through, and like basically makes like like a makeshift like a cord for like a necklace, and like puts it around his neck, and then then he goes to put the obsidian spike in his pocket.
Yeah, as you put like the whole necklace around your neck, you have this sudden realization that embedded in your mind is some sort of phrase and movement pattern that you can execute. Like if you don't really know where this comes from.
I think he probably like as he puts it on starts like unconsciously doing it, like sort of like, okay, this is like, and then like he probably like stops himself for a second. He's like, what like what am I doing? And then like he probably like he's probably like thinking of like, what am I doing and what does this do? Like this is weird. Like it's a weird like it seems like it's like a. And then I think he probably continues going along with it slowly after like a moment.
Yeah,
but he probably starts slow and then realizes he knows what he's doing and probably gets like faster like throughout the movements.
Yeah, this
like the words.
Like in your head as exactly what you need to do, and you know exactly what to do, and you wave your hands in front of you, you say some words in a language you don't understand, and suddenly you have appear in front of you a bright light.
Sort of like like flinches away like naturally, and then he's like, wait. Like like waves his hand, like puts his hand in front of it to like see that it's actually real, and then he's like, shit. Has he ever seen? I assume are continual light things like a thing in? Oh, so he's probably recognized this. Like he probably recognized this looks similar to it.
Yeah, this looks.
And he's like, this
very
is
similar.
He's like sort of like looks around. He's like, I'm not like a. He's like looking. He's like sort of like just like looks around his room. Like he's like, I'm not like there's not like a spell book in here somewhere, is there?
No.
Like probably like doesn't see anything, and he's like, yeah, I don't think he's pieced together yet. Like he's like he's like a cleric. He probably thinks he's some like weird wizard at the moment, or like a sorcerer or something. At least that's like his first thought, and then he's sort of like, I don't think he's heard. Has he ever? I don't think he's heard stories of people just magically manifesting, or like spontaneously manifesting magic.
I mean, there's like weird stories about wild magic, but everything that you have heard about wizards is that they have to go through rigorous training and learn this shit from the ground up. Nobody is just like able to cast from one day to the next.
Yeah, it's like even if there is anything, it's probably like a fairy tale or something like that at best. That's probably like the most evidence there is. So he's like, I'm not a wizard. Am I just like some weird thing? I don't know. Like, he thinks to himself. He's sort of like, he's sort of like he's gonna like his first instinct is to like go to like a library or like like a wizard or something like that and ask them if he's heard anything about it. But he's sort of like still thinking to himself of like like sort of like piecing the picture like pieces together of like I don't know if a wizard can help entirely, but that's sort of like what like it's sort of like it's magic shit. That's what wizards do. That's sort of like his instinct.
Yeah. Well, do you have any, like, everybody has all the time, like, you hurt yourself a bit, like you hit against a table or so, you have scratches on your arm, you have some scratches on your fingers from working, maybe you accidentally cut yourself. So do you have some wounds on your body at the moment?
Yeah, probably. It's probably just like not like minor, like like just normal like working stuff. Nothing like life endangering, but like like minor shit that's like uncomfortable. I'd imagine.
Yeah. And as you like going through this stuff in your head, like what the fuck? All of a sudden, I can cast like this looks like a light spell. You
like
kind
a
of
wizard
know what this
spell or
is.
something.
Yeah, I've heard about this. You have seen continual light stones and stuff like that, and you look at your hands and what the fuck's going on, and you notice like these small wounds that you have working, and another sort of these realizations come through your head, and you have this idea of what to do now, and you have the words complicated, another sort of movements comes into your head, and in other words that you don't understand, and you get like this compulsion to do another casting or something.
Yeah, I think he leans into it just more for like the curiosity's sake than anything.
Yeah,
like he's sort of like this is like this made a light thing. Let's see if it keeps going on.
Yeah, so you go through the motions of this next, what you perceive to be some sort of incantation or spell, and as you finish the spell, like some sort of dark light flows over your hands, and like you feel it kind of stings a bit, like it doesn't feel comfortable,
Oh, so, like is it like that feeling of like when you put like antibiotic cream or like antibiotic like paste or like herbs or something like that? It's like that stinging feeling of like it's like a little uncomfortable.
Yeah, it's like your wounds start to like intensely sting for a moment, and then this flash of, it's hard to describe, but like light, but at the same time it's not really, it's just radiating slightly around you. It's not like, compared to the light spell that's in the room at the moment, this seems to be like black light in some way, and you slightly your wounds start to glow for a second or so, and then this sharp pain, and then it stops, and like the small scratches that you had on your hands, the crusts that were on the wounds that you have, the crusts fall off, the scratches disappear.
Sort of does like a beep. Julius kind of like blinks, sort of like what, like, and then like I think he quickly realizes like, is there any? He's sort of like, it has to be. That's like the stories. Like that's what he thinks. He's like from like like a. It's like, yeah, but I haven't. He's sort of like he's sort of like rapid fire and thinking of like trying to like rationalize why that happened. He's like, no, he's like, wizards have healing potions, but it's not, that wasn't a healing potion. Like
no, they actually don't.
Oh, they don't. Okay.
There are healing potions, but extremely rare. The only healing potions that exist are from the 1 or 2 unicorns in a century that get hunted, and the horns get used to make potions.
Okay, that makes sense. Okay, so it's like he's sort of like thinking of like, I was like, I mean, I guess he sort of thinks like there are healing potions, but I didn't kill you. I didn't take a unicorn. He's like, that's just, and like I think he's realizing he's like, oh, that was he's sort of like he's thinking to himself. He's like, was that a god? He's like, but he's thinking like that wasn't a god I've ever heard of before. Like I haven't. It's like I heard of the soul, like the term for the soul, but not a god. Like, I haven't heard of it. He's like he doesn't really know what to think at this point. I mean, he's sort of like flabbergasted a little bit.
Yeah, like this must be some sort of healing magic that you just expelled from your mind. Like,
Yeah, he's like, did I just like will this into existence or something? Did I
yeah,
do
are
like,
you?
am I like a new wizard or something? Like
Yeah.
new type of wizard, like a different. I don't. He's like, I mean, he's not sure,
Hmm.
and
I,
he's like conflicted to go to like a cleric or like a wizard, just like just more or less just like ask questions or like
hmm.
he's never like been much of like a studious person, but like so
Hmm.
he's sort of like I've never heard of this before. So like a he's like it can't, he's like, is there like a weird, it's like a new god or something? But he's like the other ones I didn't recognize either. So he's sort of like he's not really sure what to think of at the moment.
Hmm. Yeah, like this is weird
Does
stuff
a
going on, and
does a name come to mind when he thinks of like the owl?
no,
Okay. Yeah, so he doesn't even know what to like look up. Like he doesn't have a name to go by or anything. So he's like,
nothing for the owl, nothing for the red dog that spits fire, uh, nothing for the blue eyes glowing in the dark.
yeah.
This is all unknown to you, and as you like think about like what you just did, like you realize that you don't have the pattern in your brain anymore. Like
Oh,
you are
okay.
certain that you couldn't do this right now again.
Yeah, so he's like I knew how to do it. Now I don't know how to do it.
I
And
mean,
he's like,
you have like uh, the vague understanding of how to do it, but the clarity is gone. Like,
yeah, like he could probably mimic the movement, but there'd be like it'd be like a little too early, too late, a little sloppy. Like he probably like can like sort of like semantically say some of the words like he remembered. Yeah, he's like he's like I think like he's sort of like I'm gonna go to like a let's see. Did he go to a wizard or a cleric or like a priest first? Let's see. One for wizard, two for cleric. I'm gonna go to wizard. I imagine there's probably like is there like a so I imagine Port Bream is pretty big. Is there like a
yeah,
library with a wizard or like a wizard shop that like he's maybe frank with like he knows of like a local one?
yeah, you would
Someone that he
know.
knows is smart or like someone that he knows like he knows about magic and is kind of learned.
Yeah,
It's not
so
like an apprentice.
there are wizard shops in the major cities. In Port Bream is how many are in Port Bream? Let me check. Open up. In Port Bream is only one wizard shop.
Okay.
I don't think you have done much with the owner of this shop, but also you know that there's some off the record wizard shops for the guild as well. And you could probably find someone from the guild who knows about magic if you want to
Yeah,
use
I think he'll
this.
go through the guild's network first, just because they're probably a bit like just because he's probably heard of them more than like he probably knows them a bit more. Maybe
Yeah.
like worked adjacent to them in the past, like gotten for them in the past. Maybe has like some rapport with them.
Yeah. So you head into like the
Yeah, so like packs up all his stuff, like gets like his daggers, gets like like puts like and like like gets all his shit with them, and then like he probably like like carefully like make sure like he's like checks like the bones around his neck, like checks like the obsidian spike is like safely like in his like his pocket like or like his tunic or like maybe like in like maybe might put it in like a bag inside his pocket like by itself, just like make sure like he knows where it is, so so if like it falls out, no one like knows what it is immediately.
yeah, and you head down towards the dock area and head into the Krusty Crustacean. That's the local bar and the like it's a cheap bar, one of the cheapest bars in town. And
Yeah, I think what he does is he does like what he normally does. Like he's like when he's like by himself, he sort of like like takes a deep breath in before like he walks in the start, and then like takes a deep breath out, and then puts on his his guild character.
yeah, so you switch into your usual self when you enter this place and go inside, and there's like some people around. Like one of them greets you as like one colleague you worked on a job with a few months ago. There's some other faces you recognize. A lot of people you don't recognize. There's a bunch of sailors in here all the time. So
Yeah, he does like his usual greetings, puts on like a facade of like some like minor authority. Has like some like not like he's not like being like authoritative, but like he's walking as if like he's like somebody, not like a nobody in like this place.
yeah, you know people, and like you walk in here like you belong. And
Yeah, like I belong. Like if I needed to, like if like I know people in here, they know me. Like not everyone in here knows me, but enough people in here know me that
yeah,
people know that I'm not just a nobody.
the barkeeper nods in your direction as you enter, and like everything's basically settled, so everybody knows you belong here.
Yeah.
And you sit down on a table, and like one of the wenches comes over and asks you, what do you want?
Yes. So, how does one normally request like audience with like the wizard? Or I guess like if their name, if I know their name.
Yeah, not from her. Like she's
Yeah.
just
Okay.
the girl who's serving you. You just sit down, and then after a while, one of the you get something to drink or maybe some breakfast. It's early, still in the morning, and then after a while, one of the contacts comes and sits with you and chats you up about some random stuff. And in this point, you can throw in what you need from him.
Yeah. So it's probably like I probably like lean down and then yeah, probably like have some small talk and then like at some point bring up it's like yeah, I have like this weird. I have like a question about like some weird magic stuff, and I was wondering if you could help with that. Or, like you knew someone that could help with that. Probably say it in like a thieves' canty way or something
Yeah,
like that. Like yeah, but like yeah, that's like the nature I'm trying to get across. Like nonchalantly ask about like someone who knows, like nonchalantly ask for the wizard.
yeah. He like thinks for a second and then says, "Well, I guess you can go talk to Farah, and she will point you in the right direction." You know, Farah the landlord is like her illegal name. She
Yeah.
runs an operation in the, interestingly enough, in the part of town where all the military is stationed.
Mm.
She owns a bunch of buildings. That's the front for her operation. Exploits everybody who lives there, and quite a few people end up serving the guild who take one of the places she rents out.
Ah, I see.
It's kind of a scam.
Like a breeding ground for the guild and like a
Yeah,
monetary source as well.
yeah. There's like some front end income. Everything looks nice on the books, but she knows which people to pick for the buildings who will not be able to pay the rent, and then she
And
allows them graciously to live there for a while until they have enough rent that she cashes them in. Basically, makes them work for the guild. Yeah,
what was her name again? Kara?
Farah.
Farah. Okay. All right. Yeah, so I nod, like I've heard the name before. Like I know she knows people and is pretty influential in this part, like in like this area of town. So I'm like, hey, I nod. I'm like, okay. Like I like yeah. He points me in the direction. I probably like does he like guide me over there or does he just point me in the direction?
Oh no, he just mentions the name and tells you to let her know that he sent you.
Yeah, and yeah. So I probably like do a little bit more small talk for like a couple more minutes, and then then like we probably like then we leave, like do the politeness of like trying to not leaving the second information gets out in case someone's listening and stuff like that. So that's not like the main topic of conversation.
Yeah, yeah. So you do like the normal looking inconspicuous stuff, and after
Yeah, like
a
sort of
while
like
say,
call over to the bartender like a tavern wench, and like do like a glance around the room while I'm doing it, that sort of stuff.
yeah, like the normal stuff that you do to keep things down low. Like this
Yeah,
works perfectly. That's the reason why it's called the guild, right? Because you can kind of talk about in the open because everything is run by different guilds. Most people assume that you know which guild you're talking about. In your case, you're talking with specific people. When you say the guild, they know exactly which one you mean. So yeah,
yeah. So then yeah, Julius probably like pays for his stuff, like yeah, pays for his stuff, leaves, and then probably makes a couple goes out of his way a little bit, goes to maybe look for over some go to the docks, look at the fresh catches, and tries to lead anyone off his trail in case anyone's listening or
Yeah.
following him, and then he probably goes over to Farah's Farah's domain.
yeah. You know what you're doing. You have been in the business long enough, so
Yeah,
you are sure
sort of
nobody's
second
following
nature to
you.
him.
Yeah,
Yeah, like second natures mostly.
yeah. Yeah, you head over to across the barracks, down into the military guild's quarter, more or less, and you know exactly where to look. You head over to Farah's office and knock at the door, and you hear a voice from inside. It's open. Come in.
It's sort of like like tilt, like open the door, like yeah, open the door, walk in, and I'm like do like a. I'm trying to think how. Yeah, he's in character, like a nice introduction, like say like who I am, like who I am, like make sure no one's like sort of like like look over my shoulder for a second after I open the door, like as I'm closing it, like
Yeah.
like do a quick peer down the hallway, make sure no one's there,
Yeah.
and then I'm
Uh,
like
yeah.
oh yeah,
So there's Farah sitting at a desk, and standing next to her is one of her underlings. You don't know the name. It's a woman as well. And Farah looks up at you and says, "Well, how can I help you? You looking for a place to stay?"
oh no, I was looking for something that only the illustrious the illustrious oh god, I blanked on the word I was going to use. Like the illustrious lady of the the military guild, and I was only something that you can help me achieve. I was looking for a person who could help me with some magical troubles that I was having.
And how do you come to the conclusion that I might be able to help you with this?
I mentioned I just sort of like offhandedly like say the person's name that like I talk to like in front like in between like some other people's names, like, oh, I've heard like this person might have heard something, and then like I went down to like the place that we obviously didn't meet at, but some other place that we probably like agreed to say like I meeted at, or like I heard at or something. And then like finish up on like I slide them in between a list of like 6 or 7 people, and then like sort of like end like the top like the thing is I'm like so like I look at her when I say that, but then I'm sort of like glancing around as I'm saying the other names.
Yeah, she picks up on what you're saying and nods. Ah, okay. Well, in this case, and she like drops her act and starts speaking in a slightly different. Well, in this case, down the corridor, a second room on the left.
I appreciate it. It is a magnificent to see the true lady who holds over these domains.
Yeah, she kind of raises one eyebrow at the fact that you're kind of still speaking tongues in a way, and waves you away.
Yeah, I walk out and I'm like I walk out, like with pleasantries.
Yeah, you head down the hallway, second room on the left, and enter into the into a chamber. That's like a let's see, a woman sitting at the table. There's a lot of women in here. And she is reading in a book of some sense, and you have the distinct feeling that she is kind of focused at the moment.
Yeah, I probably like close the door behind me, walk up. If there's like a chair, I'll probably like sit down, and I'll wait for like a bit to see if like I'll wait for a bit, just sort of sitting quietly, like not bothering her, see if she picks up or like comes to a stopping point on her own. See, like I'll wait like probably like a couple minutes, and then if see if she stops, then I'll go from there.
Yeah, you sit down like across the table from her. You're kind of in like what 4 foot away or so, pretty close. Yeah. She does not at all words. She doesn't like seem to recognize you you being here, and continues what she's doing. Like she's going over something in this book. You like throw a glance at the book. You don't understand a single thing that's written in there.
I probably like stop. Then like probably after like a couple minutes, I'm probably like so like like let it hang for a second. Then I'm like you can see why Farah recommended you. Quite studious you are.
You say your sentence, and like she just raises her left hand and continues doing what she's doing.
I don't think you can tell if it's an invitation to talk or an invitation. I think he recognizes an invitation to like shut up for a bit.
Yeah. She goes on for like a few more minutes. and then like has this sort of uh, satisfied smile on her face, and looks up to you and says, "If I would get paid every single time one of you tries to disturb me while I'm learning my spells, I would be rich. How can I help you?"
Like as like I think like he like as I think he picks like he like goes like, well, I can assume you are quite rich for working for Miss Fair as alone, as much as that would be, but I had some personal business I would ask you to attend to. I know that you are I can assume that you are quite learned and quite illustrious in like the magic business. I was wondering what you knew about how people get their magic, like how you know. He's not trying to talk in riddles or anything. It's sort of like
Yeah,
he's trying to be kind of blunt about it. Not like weave in any words in between.
that's kind of a odd question. What do you
Is
mean
it?
exactly?
Sort of like I think like he's not looking at her, but like sort of like looking like like sort of like tilt his head to like the ceiling like to like the right of him, and he's sort of like just I've heard tales of I assume you have as well, like from like the clerics and priests and the wizards about like the great magics of old, yada yada yada. Sort of like waves his hand, like sort of like like assuming she knows the tales and stuff like that. And I
Yeah,
was
she
like
nods along.
yeah, I was wondering if you've heard of like anyone you know manifesting magic, how it works. Is it is it a birth thing? Is it something anyone can learn? It's sort of like kind of like figuring out how someone gains it.
Well, for us wizards, uh, you have to be born with the intellect to stomach the arcane. And then study, study, study.
And that's it. It's the only way to do it.
Uh, there's other creatures who get born with innate abilities. Supposedly, in the large forest, there's a hag. Hags have innate spellcasting abilities. They weave the arcane magic very differently than we do.
I think that piques his interest a little, but he's also heard of like hags are pretty dangerous.
Yeah. They
Yeah,
eat
so
you
he
most of the
probably
time.
waves that thought away. Like waves the thought of like potentially meeting her away. He's like, yeah, it's way too dangerous.
Yeah.
And then he's like, nothing else. Only what about ever heard of a humanoid that didn't study magic, didn't go to like wizarding school, wasn't too smart, but just could do magic?
I mean,
Not like a wand, of course, but like
yeah,
do it on their own.
that's the wild magics. Sometimes people have like a really close bond to the arcane strings of this world and don't really know it, and occasionally accidentally blow things up or set buildings aflame.
Sort of like thinking to himself for a second.
Other than this,
They
I have never heard about any other type of spellcasting.
So those wilder mages, what are they? Whatever. Like he's sort of like he
Wild
doesn't really know the
magic.
term. Yeah, wild magic mages. And they do things that normal wizards can't. Like make healing potions, heal. Stuff like that.
No. Healing potions. That's only like, who. You have to be quite a powerful wizard and get your hands on the right things to get a healing potion. Let's just say it's easier to kill people than to keep them alive.
So you've
Way
never heard of
easier.
anyone spontaneously stumbling across the knowledge for that, or the ability and knowledge to heal magically, of course, not like
No, the only thing about magic and healing I have ever heard about is, as you have mentioned, well, 1,000 years ago, as you know how the stories begin.
Yeah. Like we can we probably skim past it, but yeah, like we sort of I sort of like hand wave for like yeah. Everyone's heard about that.
Apart from this, I mean, there's
But
like, you know, the rumors
sort of like raise an eyebrow, rumors.
about our guild leader.
Oh, them. Sort of
S-
like shrug.
Supposedly,
Sort
deep
of like
down in
shrug.
the dark arts, there is some weird stuff.
Hmm. I imagine yourself to be quite powerful, though. It's not something you just stumble across. You'd have to
Oh
years of
no.
study, I'd
Yeah.
imagine.
Yeah. This is like, ooh, fifth circle stuff.
Hmm.
I can't even dream about being able to learn any of these things. Not even sure if I wanted to learn them.
Anyway, like he sort of like like waves his hands like, anyways, enough of that. I had one more question. I don't know. I assume you're learned. Probably not too religious, or if you are, not your specialty. But have you heard of an owl with? Have you ever like heard like seen or heard of the imagery of like an owl with like no face, like no eyes, like just like a bare skull, black, completely pitch black.
Can't say I have, but sounds kind of cool.
As cool as it is, the image came to mind, and I was wondering if it had any meaning. Came across it a night or two ago. Wondering, came across the imagery that was, and I was wondering if it's based in reality, like if it's a there's a just like a piece of imagery I conjured up, or if there's any meaning to it,
Where did you
or if
come
there's or
across that imagery?
just saw an owl, thought thought I saw something, just sort of like thought I saw it, didn't really see it, like you're just a regular owl, but like when you see something on the side of your eye, the imagery stuck with me.
Thinking about death a bit much lately, are we?
Eh, normal amounts, I'd say.
You know, the normal amount for people in our business is too much.
Potentially. Felt like it was worth the investment, though.
Well,
A
sadly,
hunch, I'd call it.
I can't really help you with this.
Ah,
Maybe, oh, if you could get like an in with any of the high ups, maybe somebody else knows something. But down here, nah.
well, I don't want to waste your time any further. No need for pleasantries. See myself out, I say like questioningly.
She nods.
All right, and then I'll leave. Sort of like thinking to himself, he's sort of like slowly coming to the conclusion that like that was probably a unknown god of some kind, or at least something equivalent to it. At least something that can give powers. And he's like, I've never. I can definitely heal, unless like I'm mistaken. He's like, I can. He's like, he's trying to. He's like, I don't think he knows how wizards usually do their spells. Like, I don't think he knows they have to rest and like memorize them. He probably doesn't know how to do it for like how he would do it. But he probably like has that inclination of like he probably has like that that unknown feeling of like if I rest I can probably do this more probably. Like I don't think he consciously knows that.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, like thinking back to this weird dream that is, unlike most dreams, still completely
Vivid.
completely vivid in your memory. You
Yeah.
remember everything like it has happened, like it has really happened. Same type of memory, even a bit more
Yeah,
clear than most memories that you have.
he's thinking like how he wants to go about this. He's like, if I am like I can actually heal. That's a major boon. It's like anyone
Yeah.
who and he's like, I can like he's like he doesn't know for sure. He's like he's gonna like confirm it tomorrow when he like does more like when tomorrow morning like when like he's gonna like cut his hand open with a knife and then try to heal it and see how it goes. But like for now he's sort of just like I think he's just gonna go about his day for now just sort of thinking he's like I'm gonna confirm it tomorrow, and then if that is the case he's gonna demand an audience to the higher up to try to like push for something. He's gonna think about what that is for now, but he's like slowly thinking of like I can use this if it's real. he's not a hunt. But he's like there's too many things that too many coincidences have lined up to see for him to be like this can't be entirely false.
Yeah. Also,
Yeah,
like,
so I
as
think
you remember, like, what the owl was saying, it said, like, powers I bestow upon you, people are beginning to believe again. Like, that's like
yeah,
a weird
it yeah, it
sentence.
didn't seem like he wanted to stay hidden. I don't think he got that impression.
Yeah.
It seemed more like he wanted to be known, or at least he wanted to be discovered or rediscovered. That's sort of like the impression that Julius got. It wasn't like a "don't show my powers" or something. Like he's sort of like thinking like a sentence in his head that would make sense for like a being that one to be hidden to say.
That's just one thing, like, as you go through your day, one thing that kind of keeps echoing back into your mind, like when you were talking with the wizard lady. She was kind of alluding to the fact that the only thing she could imagine being able to do some sort of weird healing stuff are like really high level necromancers.
Yeah,
And that is
he's
bad stuff. Like, necromancy is the one type of magic that is kind of outcast in this land. So there's one thing, it's cool to be able to heal people. It might end you at the stake if people think you are a necromancer. So
yeah.
it's
It's
kind
a
of
it's definitely a it has to be a tactical maneuver if he wants to actually reveal it. It can't be something he does haphazardly.
yeah.
So I think so I think what he's gonna try to do is that tomorrow or the next morning he's gonna confirm that he can actually heal. Like he's gonna like go through the same motions of like, okay, I'm gonna get myself injured, a little bit more severely so he can actually see it heal, like knit itself back up. Like maybe like 1 point of damage or something, to like actually his hands actually cut and bleeding. Then he's gonna like then he's gonna see if he can go through the same motions.
Yeah.
That's like on his mind as like he wakes up, is like, or as like he's sleeping and waking up, he's like, I'm gonna try to heal multiple times, not just once. Probably like twice, maybe 3 times, something like that. Like as much as he can. Like that's like the only thing on his mind that he knows he can heal and make light, and light is like a wizard thing. Like every wizard can do that basically, but healing, not many people can do that.
Yeah. Like no one can do that. But
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, pretty much no one. Yeah, that's why he's pretty much trying to like like that's what's in his mind.
Yeah, you wake up, and as you wake up, you try to think about the thing that you did last day, and it's not clear.
He's gonna take a look at the obsidian spike. Sort of like I had this in my head. Like I had this, and he's gonna like put the bone. Like he's gonna like hold the bone in his hand. He's trying to like he's trying to like remember like what the motions he went through. And he's like, okay, I picked up the obsidian spike. I had the bone. I put it inside. He's gonna like add like around with the bone around the neck. So he's gonna put the obsidian spike in like the larger hole.
Yeah, still nothing. But as you like have the spike in your hand and the bone in your hand, there's like something is like ringing in the back of your head, and you get the idea that you have to find like something that you can drop blood on. Maybe like a large flat stone or something in this sense.
Yeah, something that can like hold it without like spilling off, basically, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so he's gonna, he's like, okay. He's gonna like go to like the beach, the coast. Sort of like, is this like a stony coast, like a sandy coast? What kind of coast is it? If it's like a stony coast, he's gonna like, sort of like go to the coast, look around, or like for like a little while, and like try to find like a smooth stone.
No, it's
Something
more
like,
like
it's close.
sandy, but there's enough like
Yeah, maybe like a sand shell or something like that. Maybe
small
like,
rocks
like
around. You can find something.
Yeah, then he's gonna like go back to like a. Yeah, I think he's patient enough. He'll like walk back to like a secluded place, like probably like his like the place like his room, and like then sort of like look at the knife for a second, and he's like, yeah, I'll try. Then like prick his thumb, and like like
as you're thinking about like hurting yourself with the knife, like you think about the spike,
Oh, and he's like,
Instead, take the spike out of the bone and
yeah, he's
poke
gonna,
yourself
yeah,
with the spike.
yeah. So he's gonna, like take it out surprisingly, take the spike out surprisingly easily. Grab it, look at it for a second, try to find like the best point to like spike and like prick himself with, and he's gonna like prick himself with it, and like
Yeah.
like smear it on the rock or drop it on the blood if it's
Yeah,
dripping.
you poke yourself into the hand, mechanically taking 1 point of damage.
Okay.
And a few drops of blood fall from your hand onto the probably stone that you found.
Yeah.
And after the few drops of blood, like the wound stops bleeding. Slightly weird, but whatever.
Yeah, probably clotting it too fast for normal.
Yeah, and you look at the blood on the stone that has spilled out and shaped some sort of picture. Like you look at it and you try to focus on it, and you try to like weird shit, but you try to understand what this says to you, and looking at the picture on the stone, you get the idea of sunrise and prayer, and like there's like this large blob of blood that like maybe that's the sun, maybe that's like the representation of this dark light that you have seen when you healed yourself, and then there's like this shape of a person sitting on the ground and praying, and you try to fit this together and somehow end up in this point like pray in the morning.
Yeah, so he's not sure if it's like too early, so he's gonna like try and go through with it still. And he's like can't hurt to try.
Yeah.
So, like,
you notice that you by now are like too there's too much thoughts in your brain, you can't really focus that well.
Yeah, so he's probably gonna like he's like okay, I got a plan for tomorrow, that's what I'm gonna do.
Yeah.
And then he's probably gonna like, I don't think he's gonna tell anyone else at the moment, but he might like go through his day and like in his free time like go to like a library and like try to find like the oldest books on like religion he can and see if he can like find anything. Like probably not because he's not like that smart, that he doesn't really know where to find shit, but like that's what he's trying to do.
Yeah. Problem with libraries is that basically all interesting libraries are private / like private to guilds. So in Port Bream, obviously there's like the Sailors and Fishermen's Guild, or they have the headquarters in Port Bream. They have a large library, but you can't get in there. You're not part of the guild, so you're kind of out of your luck unless you try to.
He probably he probably like realizes that and like gives up, and he's like, oh, I've never even been to a library, so he didn't realize all the limitations and stuff. And he's like, I'll just go through it tomorrow then.
Yeah. The only other thing that you could continue to follow down the path would be going to the temple, speaking with the clergy at the temple.
Yeah, I think he'll probably try the library route first, realize that it's kind of like like not really worth going through.
Yeah.
And then I think he'll like stop by the clergy. Like, is it like one temple, or is it like a temple of like different gods, like each god?
No, there's like in every major city there's this one large temple, and let's just quickly grab you over to one of the temples. All of this is not here. Also,
I don't know if I need to close my eyes.
no, this has nothing to do with you. I'm just deleting some of the drawings on the temple.
All right.
You can probably at the moment see nothing. Is this correct?
I see the like lei unam, like the symbols.
Okay, you have vision. Okay, perfect.
Yeah, I have all that stuff. Yeah.
All right, so you can see the whole temple, and I have for now the names on the ground. They are not part of the temple. I just have them there, so you understand what these symbols, to which god the symbols belong. So there's Leonam, the god of creation, like the highest of the three. Ayale, the goddess of upkeep, and Kaskata, the god of destruction, and the concepts soul and time, Gress and so.
Okay.
Yeah, this is like the ordinary things that is part of religion in this world. People believe in these in the trias of the gods and the two concepts that make the world work. Without them, the world would be kind of not workable or wouldn't really exist in the way it does. Without time, there's no continuation. Without soul, there's no perception of the world. So they kind of snuck the concepts in there, but also in the book of creation, the gods created the concepts. So
Okay.
maybe
Okay.
this is true, maybe this is complete garbage, but
Yeah, it seems like everything he's learned so far is sort of sitting contrarian to like, or at least not maybe not contrarian, but like against what like the consensus is.
yeah. But
But yeah, he's
then
still like he's
again,
still like
like Kress, the word that the owl used for make sure its Kress arrives at my brother.
yeah. He's like there's like hints of like some of it being true, but like he's never heard of like this owl, this like skull owl, and like the other like the red dog with like a fire and like the red area and like the blue eyes. It's like that all that stuff is like completely foreign to him.
Yeah.
Like completely new.
Also for the deities as they exist, there's no like depiction of them. They just like there's no
Okay.
pictures of them. So Leonam is just like the god of creation, and you have the symbol. Uh, Interestingly enough, like the black part is made of obsidian as well. These three lines, and at the end of the lines, like two of them are obsidian plates as well, and then the other four are gemstones, like large gemstones in colors depicting the elements. And then for ILA, this is just a large golden plate, and for Cascata, it's a large silver plate.
Okay.
There's
Yeah, so
yeah.
oh sorry.
There's some, like, as you see, the temple has two entrances. For someone who's really religious, the entrance has a meaning. Most people don't really give a fuck.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think he'll just go into like whichever one's closest. I don't think he cares about the meaning of the entrance right now. He's kind of just like he's kind of like hyper focused on like trying to find someone to talk to, not really like probably like thinking like, okay, who do I know here? Like all that sort of stuff, and then he probably like mindlessly goes into one of the entrances is closest.
Yeah. You enter the temple, and as you can see, there's like around the symbols on the ground, there's a few like carpets on the ground where you can sit. For the three major gods, there's like large carpets where a bunch of people can sit. For the concepts, not so many people pray at them, so there's only like small carpets. And then there's also like the temple is a octagon, and in each corner is a brazier and also a carpet where you can sit outside and contemplate everything or whatever you want to do. As you enter, there's like a few people in here. You can clearly spot some people belonging to the clergy. They all seem busy at the moment.
Yeah, I'll walk around a bit, do like a circle of like or like a octagon of like the the church, and then like see if I can spot anyone that's obviously the clergy that's sort of like not too busy at the moment.
Yeah.
If not, then I'll sort of like walk over. Yeah, I'll do that first.
As you walk around the temple, and like, are you walking at the edge of the temple or like just?
I think he's walking. You see like where like the second ring of carpet is from like the braziers. He's walking around that ring, sort of like so you can get like a view of the like the wherever who everyone's praying and all that sort of stuff.
As you walk around there, you notice that as you like on the east side, like
Okay. Wouldn't that like parallel to Crest? Oh, like that one.
yeah. If you while you're like at this side, it feels a bit uncomfortable, and as you get over here, it starts to feel a bit more comfortable, like slightly weird,
Okay.
but
Yeah, it's nothing like major. It's probably just like chills or something like that. Like nothing like like is it like or is it anything more than that or?
no, you're walking around. It's just like as you're like on the east side where it feels a bit weird, like you kind of feel a bit tense, and then you get to the other side and you feel a bit more relaxed.
Okay, so nothing like major. Probably nothing like he'll consciously think of at the moment. Like at least like it's sort of like just could be natural feelings.
Maybe there's like some sort of air draft over there. And
Yeah, like that's he doesn't like it's one time. He can't really like think like he's not gonna be too superstitious about it. And like then like he's gonna see if he finds any, like he can find anybody.
You see
It's
like the
open.
people are sitting around, and you see the people belonging to the clergy going like from one person to the next, speaking a few words with them, sometimes staying there for longer. They seem to keep track of who comes in and who they have talked to before, and
Yeah,
you
so
get
he's probably gonna have to stay for a while.
yeah. If you stay around for a while, one of them will come to you and talk with you.
Yeah, I think like as like he's waiting, he's gonna go up to like I think the one that like intrigues him the most at the moment is the Leunam like monument. He's gonna like sort of like look up at like the obsidian they use and sort of see not bring out his thing, but sort of like eyeball him and see like is that like the same kind, like same kind of, just confirm it's like the same kind of stone that they or like that glassy stone that's used.
Yes, yeah, this is definitely obsidian as well. You have no idea where it comes from.
Yeah.
You have no idea how obsidian is constructed, so
Yeah, he's just sort of like confirming. It's like that's kind of weird. It's like the same as that. It's like it's sort of like like looking at it. Like probably like sort of like staring at it for a while, and then probably like looking at the other stones to see if the other ones look similar. It kind of like realizes the other ones are more like gemstony. Then it's like, sort of like then he kind of probably just like like thinks to himself for a little bit like I wonder if it's connected. I wonder if like the owl thing is connected to this, or maybe this is connected to the owl thing. He's sort of like thinking it's like the chicken to the. He's sort of thinking it's like the chicken or the egg situation. He's not sure. Like which came first, and then he probably sits there for like probably like a couple minutes thinking, sort of like staring up at it like not really like, sort of like looking at it but not really paying attention to like the Leunam like monument, and then yeah, that's what he's doing for now, like a couple minutes.
Yeah, you sit there for a couple of minutes and get like pulled out of your thoughts by a voice behind you. I see you praying to the creator of all. Can I help you with something?
Oh yeah, sort of like gets shaken out. There's like he sort of like like blinks for a second, like collect himself for a second. It's like I guess you could call it praying. Oh, but then like he lets that like disregards that immediately, and then he's like, oh yes, I had some questions that I was wondering if about like the theology as a whole. I was wondering if I could have them answered in a like looks around a little bit like a more private area.
There is no private area in the temple, but the clergyman points over to one of the carpets at the edge of the temple.
Yeah, like, Julius nods and like sort of like follows him over there or follows them over there.
You get to sit on this carpet with the person, and you can start asking your questions.
Yeah, so I think the first thing he's gonna ask is what do the stones in the Leunam symbol mean? Like I noticed there's like the black one. What is that one called again?
The obsidian.
Yeah, so it seems so different from the rest of them. I was wondering if it had any specific meaning.
Well, as it goes for our symbolism for Leonam, the middle line with its anchors at the side represents the stability of the universe, and where the positive and the negative energy plane meet in the middle to create our plane of existence. And you see the other elements, the other gemstones, they represent the elements on the opposing spectrum: fire and water, earth and wind.
Yeah, he's not like sort of like he's like nodding along, like he's like yeah, like okay. So was the this is just like out of character. So was the obsidian like was it like obsidian on one side and obsidian on the other for like the negative positive, or was it was like different colored? Okay, making sure. Okay. He's like yeah, as like he gets done like listening to that, he's like oh, okay, that answers one of my questions. This is more of a I guess you could say theoretical question, but is there anything you know about this more than I do? I'm not that much of a learned man myself, but I was wondering if you knew or have heard about the symbolism in regards to a if it even relates to anything related to the gods and their pantheon, but a owl with its skull bare, a black owl.
I have never heard about something depicting an owl. For
Not even
all
just
the
a regular.
gods, there's no representations other than their symbols.
Not even like a holy animal, anything like that.
I don't think I have ever heard about any.
He's gonna like press him a little more. You don't think, or there is none.
I'm quite certain that I have never heard about any. Maybe at some point, hundreds of years ago, some priest in one of the temples decided that he wants to have more, better depiction of the deities, and maybe has decided to create other symbolism, but it's definitely not part of the canon.
What about you? What do you think? Which god do you think fits best with an owl or consort?
Well, the bare face, I assume that means nothing on it, like kind of dead. Seems like a symbol belonging to death, at which point I would say the god of destruction would be what you're looking for. Is there anything that is bothering you at the moment? Why are you looking for death?
Less looking and more feel like it's coming to me. But like he claps his hands together. That is neither here nor there. I believe you've answered all my questions, and I do not wish to have a holy man such as keep up the time of a holy man such as yourself.
Well, we are here to help all of the people deal with their problems. If there's anything I can help you with, anything that is disturbing you, feel free to come back and talk with us.
That I will. If I do wish you best of your day and the days ahead of you.
Well, thank you. Best wishes to you as well.
I nod. Think like he has an idea. Like he's like he's gonna like ponder this for like a while. He's like and he's like go about the rest of the day. He's got questions answered for now. Like his initial questions satiated.
So after this conversation, you leave the temple?
Yeah, he leaves the temple. Probably like so he's on the this side was he? So he'll probably go out this door.
Okay.
Like so probably came in the other door and it goes out the other. He came in the right door and came out the left door.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, it's like probably just for convenience that he's not like put any meaning to it as far as he's aware.
Yep. All right. You leave the temple, go back to town, and go continue with your day.
Yeah, goes about his day, and he's like, okay, so like he probably was like he's like thinking about this on and off. He's like, okay, so it's potentially a god of death, or at least a god representing some aspects of death, maybe chaos, something along those lines. Entropy, maybe. He's not like entirely sure. He's like, he's like, oh, I don't think. He's like, he just sort of like he thinks about it a little bit. He's like, I'll think about it later. He's like, he's got stuff to do, and then he's like, but that's like it's sort of like in the back of his head always for like the rest of the day.
Yeah.
Like if someone wanted to like read his mind, that would be like in his brain, like something about a god of death that isn't mainstream or like isn't like the actual god of chaos or something like that. Yeah.
All right.
Then like then. Yeah, so nothing happens. He'll go to sleep, and then he's like, okay, I'm gonna wake up at like sunrise or before sunrise, prepare myself, and then think. And then he's sort of like he's never like prayed before. He's like, I guess I'll think of like that owl and like think of like the whole scene. And then he's gonna like I guess like I'll like I think he'll start with that and see if anything like he feels like anything happens.
All right. Do you want to take a quick 5-minute break?
Okay.
All right. we've been going for almost 2 hours, and I have to go to the toilet. So.
Oh yeah, I got you. That's cool.
All right,
No
so,
worries.
Be back in 5 minutes.
Mm-hmm. Welcome back. I'm back as well. Got more to drink. Some more water.
So, you wake up in the morning and you try your best at prayer.
Yeah, he's like, okay, I'm gonna think about like the scene, like the whole thing, like the owl laid out. He's gonna see. That's what he's gonna start with, and see if he feels anything. Like the whole scene of like whole like laying like standing over a corpse, so like next to like the burnt tree and like a black plane.
Yeah, yeah. You like feel like this connection to this to the owl.
He's like, okay, does it feel like enough, or does it feel like it needs more?
You feel a connection. It's like
okay, yeah. So he's gonna keep going in that direction. He's like, okay, I'm gonna think about what I'm gonna while thinking about the owl. I'm gonna think about like the tenets that it said about like about like yeah, just think about like what it said. Try to like interpret them, that sort of stuff.
It feels like the other side, like you are connected to something, and the other side is waiting for what do you want?
Oh, okay. So sort of like I got a connection, and I was asking like, what do you want? Okay, so he's gonna think about like, and he's like, okay, I'm gonna think about healing, and like like he's gonna like envision like like he's gonna like envision like the words and motions of him like healing like his like slightly cutted hand. Then he's gonna like envision like the future like possibility of like like having like a cut on like his hand or like arm, and then like healing it and stuff like that. That's what he's gonna envision.
Yeah, you do get like this. That's like this. You think about it. You're trying to get an answer, but like you want to be able to heal again, and you think about this. You kind of get stuck in the thought for a few minutes, and after you're done, like you feel like you have received the permission to do it again. It's like hard to say, but as you like 10 minutes later, 10 minutes after you started, like you are quite certain that you have the clarity of mind again to do it.
Okay. Yeah, so he's probably like thinking to himself, and he's like, okay, he's like, so he like remembers, he's so like, oh yeah, so now I know how like I remember the motions and like the words now, that sort of feeling. Like,
yeah, it's clear in your mind at this moment.
Yeah, so he's like once 10 minutes after like he knows it and he still remembers it, it's not like some fluke. He's like, okay,
Mm-hmm.
He's thinking to himself, and he's like, I could use a dagger, but the obsidian spike all seem to have like some power with blood. So what he's
Mm-hmm.
gonna do is he's gonna like not like do a lot of damage, but pull the obsidian spike out and like slash it across his hand, so like enough where it does like a point of damage.
Are you
And there's like
poking yourself, or are you trying to like cut yourself with the
like
spike?
cut like a slash,
Okay. Yeah.
not like kind of like not trying to like direct it into like the blood anywhere if there is any
Mm-hmm.
blood, but just trying to do like a little bit of damage where like it
Yeah.
can visibly see if it heals.
Yeah. You like drag the spike over your hand. The edge is like really sharp, so it actually like cuts
Probably
open
doesn't
your
really feel
hand
much.
slightly.
Yeah, it probably doesn't feel much and just like notices like how easy it like went through his flesh.
Yeah, you don't feel much, and it doesn't hurt. Then you start to see like blood appears, and starts to the like the cut that you just opened like starts to bleed slowly
Yeah, so he's like, okay.
compared
Like
to
he's
like
gonna,
the blood that you drew yesterday. This seems to be normal bleeding.
yeah, he's like, okay. Like he's gonna collect himself for a moment and he's gonna like do the motions to heal his hand.
Uh,
Or try attempt to.
yeah, you go through the emotions and try to heal yourself, and you once again like you see this the wounds on your body, the one wound that you have starts to like glow with this dark light. Now that there's no light room in the room at the moment, you see there's like a very close located like flash of light, and the sharp pain again, and you instinctively like close your hand for as you feel the pain, and as you open it again, you still have the blood on your hand, but it's no longer bleeding, and as you try to get the blood away, you see that the cut is gone.
Okay. I was just
you,
feeling excited. I just gave it.
You regain 2 hit points.
Oh, I rolled a d8. Okay, that's fine. That was how I gave myself 1 point of damage for the cut, so I just wanted to. Yeah. That's cool. Like,
I know that you rolled a d8. This is the correct roll, but just letting you know, you get 2 hit points, not 4.
Yeah, I know. I was only down 2 anyway, so it didn't matter. I just wanted to roll it to see if I got the 1.
Yeah.
Okay, that's cool. Thank you for telling me. Yeah, so he's like, he's has like this devious smile on his face. Now he's like, okay, this is real now. Like before, it might have been a fluke, but now it's like, he knows that he's like, what can I do with this now? He's like, he sort of like thinks to himself a little bit. He's like, I'm in, like sort of like in like bombastic terms. He's like, I'm kind of like an angel of death, but I can heal as well. So like, kind of like thinking of the irony of it.
Kind of ironic, yeah, it's true.
He's like, yeah, he's like, oh, a god of death can heal. He's like, but then he thinks to himself for a moment. He's like, can I do other things? He's gonna like put that thought away for now. But sort of like it comes to his mind. He's like, I wonder what else I can do.
Yeah.
But now he's like, I have this. The thing the owl wants to be known. What's the end? I can use this. I don't get any inclination of like ill feelings or like bad feelings about using this to like better myself, or not even better myself, but more so just like put myself in good standing with people. I don't get any like ill feelings with those thoughts when those thoughts come to mind. Like he's not hiding it just because he doesn't even think. He's like it's sort of like his natural feeling is sort of just like thinking freely, and he has never like had another thing enter his mind before. So I don't think he has any. He's not like he doesn't have any like mental defenses up aside from like just natural inclinations.
No, you can think freely, and you think about what you can do with your abilities, and nothing really interesting happens.
Yeah. So he's like, I sort of thinks, and he's like, I wonder, he's thinking, I need to show someone this, or else they don't believe me. But who should I show, and in what situation, and how should I show it?
Do you really want to show someone?
That's also what he's thinking. He's sort of like thinking of the situations of like, okay, if I show someone, who should I show, and how should I show it?
Because you know exactly when you show it to the guild, you will become a healbot for the guild.
Yeah, he's thinking that he's like, yeah, I'll just be like a fucking like a pack mule at best. Like I'll just be locked in a cage and told to heal constantly. he's not. I can't do that. At best, I could probably pawn myself up as a wizard. Like, you know, as like I know how to do wizard stuff now. I learned it on the side with like some spells. But he's like, he doesn't want to do that.
Yeah, it's kind of a tricky position that you're in.
He's like, I don't know if I, he's like, I don't think I can go to the clergy because they're gonna be like heresy
Potentially.
potentially.
Yeah.
I don't know if he's ever heard of like he's probably heard of like what they do to heretics. They probably like I don't know what they do here, but like I assume like they burn or like exile them or something like that.
That's not
If
really
it's like
heretics,
if it's like really bad heresy or something like that, like
it doesn't really exist in like you
Okay.
can't remember anything. As I said,
Yeah,
the
it's
only
probably
thing that you remember is maybe some years ago you have heard about a necromancer getting caught and sentenced to death.
yeah. So he's thinking they might mistake him for a necromancer or something like equivalent.
Yeah.
He's like, the best person he could probably ask is a wizard, because. But even then, like, the wizards of the guilds are most likely going to tell the guilds. You can tell a free wizard, but even then, word's probably going to get out. The best thing he could probably do is try to, you know. He's thinking. He's like, the best thing you can probably do is find a. He's getting into a thought where he's sort of like realizing as he's thinking. He's like, I can probably leave. Maybe not like leave, but you know, get a job to leave, and then you know, ask other people elsewhere. They don't have like the grip of the guild around their neck.
Yeah.
Or you know, the grip of like you know, this country's authority around their neck. You know, whether it be the guilds or like the nobility or the clergy or something like that.
So you're kind of stuck in this position where technically the best choice is to keep it to yourself. And
yeah, but he doesn't want to. That's the thing. That's the downside.
Yeah.
He wants to show it off, and he's like, and it seems like the guy or like the thing, like the owl wants to show it off as well, but because like at least based on the wording, or at least wasn't opposed to showing it off, which I guess is the biggest thing. But then he's in this like conundrum, and he's sort of like I think it's what he's after he gets it. He's thinking to himself, and he's like, huh. Yeah, I think the best thing to do is to leave. And he's sort of like, he doesn't know how to go about that.
Yeah. So probably go back to work and see if you can pick up any like job that gets you to a different town.
Yeah, I think what he's going to be doing for now is you know, like probably like initially like subtly doing it. Like, you know, like, oh, I wonder like if X and like I wonder if like Lobet needs some work done or something like that, or if you know like I wonder if like you know like I wonder if like Barrios needs like you know like something going on over there or something like that, like you know, or like Tariga, or you know, basically like you know trying to you know hints that he wants to do something outside of Port Bream.
Yeah.
And then you know if that doesn't work, and like he'll do that for like a week, and then like you know then he'll start being more explicit about it afterwards.
Yeah.
But, you know then he's gonna like you know keep testing stuff. He's gonna you know be like okay, but he's gonna like you know. Yeah, he'll probably realize that after the first day, they need to like use his spells to get, or like use like his healing to get more different stuff. So he'll probably trial and error it a little bit, and then he'll be like, okay, he's not gonna like ask for specific spells, but he's probably gonna be like, okay, what can I do?
Yeah. So you go about this plan to like keep this to yourself and experiment around a bit. You're trying to get assigned to different jobs that gets you somewhere. Unlucky for you, you get kind of drawn into some jobs for the guild here. They still have kind of the string around your neck, so you kind of have to do them.
Yeah.
And over the next like 3-4 weeks, you get to do like 2 or 3 jobs for the guild. You try to experiment with your divine abilities and get like over the month or so you get a good idea about what you can and cannot do, so you kind of can use your spellbook from here on out.
Okay.
And like how learning spells works, like you have to do this with a fresh mind in the morning, and it takes you like approximately like 10 minutes to learn a spell.
Yeah, like each one, and then it's like if I want to learn different ones, I gotta think about different things and all that sort of stuff.
Maybe at some point like you get to a spell that you can learn it, and then you try to use it and it just fizzles.
Yeah, he probably thinks like something like really big. He's like, okay, I want to see like what the limits I can do. Like, can I call upon like a divine smite or something like that on like something like that? And he's like, oh, no, I can't do that.
Yeah. So at one point, like you try to learn bless, and you learn bless, and then you try to cast bless, and it doesn't work. And as you like try to cast bless, and you go through the motions, one of the motions is sprinkling holy water, and you realize that you don't have any holy water. Like you do the spell, you don't have the material component, and it just
Oh
fizzles.
yeah, and he's like, and I'm trying. I'm like,
Yeah.
oh wait, I need something. He's like, I never
Yeah.
had a spell. He started off with spells that he didn't need anything for, and now he's like, I need stuff. He's like, how do I get
Yeah,
this
you
stuff?
just
now?
ran into it. Like, so probably in this month you come across the problem of holy water, because there's a few spells that you like try to learn that require holy water.
Yeah, and he's like,
And
how do I get? He's like, what's holy? He's like, he probably doesn't even know what holy water is, and he's like, wait, I
Yeah.
can't. He's like, I've heard of holy water, like the clergy, but I don't know
Yeah.
if that will work.
there is
That's like,
holy water in the temple. At least they say it's holy water.
yeah, that's what he's thinking. He's like, it might work, but he's like, yeah.
Yeah.
He's like, he's focused on the other stuff for now, like figuring out all the stuff, and then like he might work. He'll come back to that later.
Yeah. So time passes, and after like a month or so, like you still haven't gotten to a job that gets you out of town. The 2 free jobs that you were on were like, kind of didn't really work out too well. At one
Yeah, I don't think he's
point,
like
you
thinking
broke
about
in
it
a
too much.
completely different house. Like,
Yeah.
the plan that you had, it plan worked perfectly. Just the information you got was wrong, and you broke into
Yeah.
the wrong house, and you are opening the chest, the locker next to the bed. You're opening it up, and inside there's just like laundry instead of the 500 gold pieces you were supposed to get.
Yeah, it's like laundry and like
fuck?
hauled around like a rusted sword or something like that. It's
Yeah.
like, oh shit.
Like random stuff goes wrong, and slightly annoyed after this time. One day you go to sleep thinking about, I want to get out of this fucking hellhole. I want to do something with my abilities, and well,
Yeah, he's like, I want to like actually use. He's like, I want to use these. Like, I've been like locked up, kind of using them. Like, you kind of like testing it out, but it's like I got a good grasp now.
yeah.
I want to like actually use these. I want to figure out more about this. Like, it's like innate curiosity almost.
Yeah, and there was like at some points, like you had a few things where you could like use spells in your job as well. For example, like you have like detect poison, and you use this to be sure that the stuff that you got to poison someone in case of emergency actually was poison. Stuff
Yeah.
like this. Calm animals, like getting into a place with a rowdy guard dog or so. There's some stuff that you were able to employ while going through your job.
But
You
nothing
have,
like
like-
overt that like couldn't have been explained with just like knowing how like an animal works. Like knowing being good with animals,
Yeah,
like
yeah.
knowing poisons well. Like nothing that could like be explained. Like people could explain it away basically.
Yeah, yeah. So
Okay.
you kind of have a good story around like why you can do this stuff, and nobody like picks out that you're actually a secret spellcaster. Yeah, and on this weird day, you come home from another uneventful day where you didn't get a new job assignment, and you go to bed, and wake up once again
Yeah, so, sort of like in the motions.
in this weird world of death. The colors are, yeah, it seems like it's the same place. The colors
Okay.
are gone. You can see into the distance, but it's still dark around you. Everything is kind of black and gray, and nothing around you except for this time a broken down building, and sitting
Okay.
on top of the rubble is a large owl, this time already looking at you.
Yeah, I think Julius has probably gotten a bit more comfortable with like the imagery of the owl and probably like the tone of it all. Just because he probably like has to like think about all this stuff a lot over the like when he learns the spells and probably thinks about it a good bit anyway, just like on and off. So he's probably a bit more like comfortable and a little bit more confident. Still like just like no idea what the fuck's going on, but you know, like he has a little bit of idea now, but like mostly has no idea what's going on. But yeah, so he probably like like walks over to it at like a
Yeah.
normal pace.
You walk
Sort of like,
over to it, and as you're getting close, like you feel like this compulsion to kneel down.
yeah, I think he'll think about that. And he's trying to think about like times when he's kneeled before, and he's like, I don't think he's ever done it earnestly before.
Mm-hmm.
Like he's done it, but I can put on the impression that it's done earnestly. But usually it's for like usually just for like show.
Mm-hmm.
So he'll like initially just sort of like like I'm not kneeling down, and then like he might think about like, well, hold on a second. And like he might like he'll probably take like once he has like this compulsion, he'll probably take a couple steps closer, and I imagine the feeling will get stronger.
It kind of stays the same.
Yeah, he'll like walk a bit closer, and then he'll take like a couple more steps, like half a dozen steps. Then he'll like kneel down, sort of like like this feels weird, but also natural.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no kneel down, and unlike the times before where it was just for show, this feels like kind of
It feels
fitting.
right.
Yeah. This is like the creature you have been praying to for the last month or so, and who has been gifted you with abilities to do crazy stuff. So
Yeah, it's like this is all the other people that are like people that have knelt to or have been like sort of like they haven't really done much, or like it's been more out of like necessity to kneel to rather than like that. But no, this creature is like actually done stuff. It's sort of like a mutually beneficial relationship, or at least like it feels so far more like a parasitic. Like he's just getting everything, but
you are leeching.
yeah, he's the leech, but it's like but for some reason it feels like so it sort of feels like a necessity to do almost, but it might just be him justifying that to himself as well, like why he feels this way.
Yeah. As you kneel there, like slightly like bow your head into the direction, then look back up. You hear the voice again. Like, is it in your head? Is it like everywhere around you? It's hard to say. My child, I have need for your services.
Sort of like ears perk up with like you just like naturally like when you hear something that's interesting to you, and then like but then like you realize that like you can hear it everywhere. I don't know if his ears actually matter in the situation. And again, he's gonna like try to speak because that's the only way he knows how to do it. But then he's like, actually, no, this time he's gonna try something because like it's the second time he's gonna like experiment a little bit. He's gonna just like think it, like think about like directing it at like the owl.
Yeah, you
He's
try
sort of like,
your best to speak.
Yeah,
Nothing happens.
Then he's gonna be like, "What is it you need?" in like a curious tone.
On the 5th day of this week, you will be approached by the shadow operative, as they call themselves in your world. They will make you an offer, but you cannot refuse.
Cannot or will not.
Once you reach Barrios, find Septima. If you have troubles getting to her, let her know that you bring a message from an old friend from times long ago, almost forgotten. When you finally get to her, tell her that the services of her kind are not forgotten. The time for liberation is near. Tell her about your troubles. Don't try to lie to her. She will help you to fulfill your worldly obligations.
Sort of like think like putting it to memory and like like interpreting it, and he's like, so there are others who know, or at least are aware.
The voice continues.
Of like sort of like gesturing around this.
As for your obligations towards me, instead of continuing to talk, like you get this vision in your mind. You see dying humans, dying goblins, then dying insectoids. You know about the war going on in the east with the insects, right?
Yeah, you probably heard descriptions of it from like like a town crier or something like that.
Yeah, like other different creatures dying and like the visions flashing before your inner eye. And then the last sentence comes from the voice. Death comes for them all. And then silence. And the owl looks at you expectingly, judging you. It's hard to say. There's no eyes. You can't read the eyes. So
yeah, it's sort of like a blank expression. You can't really tell what's going on. He's like, no matter how good you are at reading faces, it's just sort of nothing. Yeah, he's sort of just like Julius is kind of just like thinking for a second, and then I think he'll like speak up and he's like, "This'll this'll help us, right? Be good for us."
Yes.
Julius will nod. That's good enough for him for now. He's like, okay, okay. He's like sort of like he's sort of like okay, like he's like sort of like trying to convince himself almost a bit. He's like, okay.
There's still a feeling of expectation in the air.
He's kind of like not sure what to do entirely. He's like, do I need like a prostration or something? He's like, he's gonna like feel for like the obsidian spike almost.
Mm-hmm.
Like, see, like maybe he wants blood.
Maybe.
Yeah, that's what he's trying. He's gonna like feel around himself, or like we can see if it's like, or like look around, like see if it's like on like the ground near next to him, like or like see if it's like he's gonna like look if it's in his hand, like it was last time.
You notice that it's around your neck, and you are,
Okay.
other than this, once again, only clothed in simple, like a simple shirt, a simple pants, no shoes, nothing.
Yeah, so he's gonna like take it out, look at it for a second, and then do like the thing he's gonna like like prick his finger and sort of just be like sort of like curiously waiting to see if that's like that's what it wanted.
Yeah, you prick your finger, and like a few drops of blood fall to the ground. You get the feeling that you have agreed to something, and
Yeah.
the world starts to lose its shape, and you black out into nothingness. And you wake up. It's the next
Like,
morning.
yeah, I think he's gonna like go through the motions of like I guess he's wondering. He's thinking like he's before he goes through the motions of like praying for a spell. He's gonna be like, wait, I feel like the last time I did this, it just gave me spells. So he's gonna think if he can think of anything off the top of his head, like think of any spells, like of any spells he's tested already, if he knows any of them, like if he remembers how to do them. Because usually he has to do that to remember them.
Yeah. Interestingly enough, this thought crosses your mind as you wake up and you think about spells that you know, like invisibility to undead. This spell has been in your mind like kind of every day without you really knowing why.
Okay, yes, okay. So, but he's never really had a chance to test it because there's not really undead around. So he's probably like never really used it. He might have used it, but it's been like like I sort of like walks around with it. Then everyone acts normal because no one's undead, at least as far as he's aware.
Lucky, yeah.
Yeah. It's like, oh gosh, I wish there's an army of skeletons around to test it out. He's like, nah. But he's like, yeah, it's not a bad situation not to test it out, but it's also like I kind of want to test it out at the same time.
No,
Yeah,
like
but it's
this spell exists, nothing else. Unless you have something left over from yesterday.
No, I think he probably uses everything every day, but like except for like he might like except for that one because he probably used it once and then hasn't really had a reason to test it otherwise because he hasn't really had a way to test it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
no, this is the only spell that you have.
He's probably like okay, so he's gonna like it's probably too late to memorize spells, so he's probably gonna be like okay, I'm gonna.
Oh, it's in the morning. You just woke up.
Totally okay, so yeah, he'll go through with the fan and just memorize just whatever, unless it matters. Like he'll just memorize like whatever. Like it is normal, like maybe like something that he can actually use for like a job if he has one. But like otherwise, he'll just like yeah. But then like he'll just like keep that in the back of his mind and like he's like okay, yeah. So it's the 5th day of this week. So what is today?
Today is the 4th day of the week.
4th day. So he's like okay, I got tomorrow. I'm gonna find someone. They're gonna make an offer I can't refuse or won't refuse. Then I'm gonna make it to. He's like going through like the things like he's like just remember. He's like okay, I'm gonna make it to Barrios. I'm gonna meet a woman named Septimar. They're gonna know they're gonna know stuff. I'm gonna like, deliver a message. They're gonna be truthful with her. He's sort of like going through his head like all the steps he needs to take. He's like okay, I think I got it.
Yeah.
And he's sort of like keeping the back. That's like I think he's focused on like just making sure like refining what he needs to ask her, but like, sort of
Mm-hmm.
like sort of like like unconsciously doing like his work, like not putting any real effort into it, but just sort of doing it, like not really like like making sure not to run into anyone on the street, but like not like paying attention to what's going on around him too much.
Mm-hmm.
And it's sort of like in his own head,
Yeah,
kind of like obviously so at this point, like not that he's not like trying to hide it or anything, because it's
yeah.
not like it's
Maybe at
okay.
some point, like you accidentally stumble into someone who like, so, oh, what the fuck? Look what
Yeah,
you're
I'm like,
doing.
oh yeah, sorry about that,
Pay
and like
attention.
come back for a second, and then sort of like slowly seep back into my own mind.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, it's like weird, weird time right now.
Yeah, it's like a lot of it's like very tumult. It's like a fucking it's like I'm apparently like the call. Apparently, I'm like a big tool because I haven't seen anyone else around. Haven't heard anyone else around. It's like at least I'm unique in some way.
Mm-hmm.
So like laughs to himself a little bit, like
Mm-hmm.
chuckles to himself,
Yeah.
and then just keeps going about like normal stuff because like he can't like he's sort of like realized like I can't really do anything right now. And this is
Mm-hmm.
like the only opportunity I have to like discover more about and actually talk about it with someone. So
Mm-hmm.
yeah, like he's like for now, it's like seems to be the best solution. He's like, I'll just go about today, and like, he thinks the only thing that's on his mind. He thinks it's a little weird that every day he has invisibility undead. Like, even
Mm-hmm.
though he hasn't really had a situation to use it, but he's like sort of like in his mind, and he's like, okay,
Mm-hmm.
kind of weird, but
Have
oh
you
well.
ever tried to cast it?
I think he's tried to cast it. I think he's casted it and like probably like, walked around the street, but
Okay.
like he realized like
Mm-hmm.
no one really did it. So he's like, okay, I don't really know how to. He's like, I have it. I don't really know when to use it, but I
Mm-hmm.
have it.
Yeah. So the one time you cast it when you like realize, oh, there's another spell
Yeah,
that I know. You cast it and you do the same thing as you do always when you cast a spell, right? You cast a spell and then you walk around and then
yeah. I think
shortly
he probably.
afterwards you realize that you still have the spell memorized.
Oh, he's like, this is. Oh, so so you probably realized that it's like, oh, he's gonna like, he's like, okay, I'll try it. Like, I think he'll do it once he realizes that. He's like, huh, try it again. Like he'll go back and try it again, and like probably do it like a handful of times, like 2 or 3 times, and be like, this isn't going away, is it?
Uh, Actually, after you cast it the second time, it goes away.
Okay, so he's like, that's a little weird. He's like, most other ones usually only do it once, unless I specifically think of it. This one just sort of always has it. It seems like. It seems like no matter what, this always comes to my mind.
Yeah. So you
He's like, okay,
cast it
well, he'll
twice
keep
this day, and then it's like gone. Like you don't have it in your mind anymore. The next day you wake up and you like memorize other spells, and as you're done memorizing spells, you realize that what the fuck? There's invisibility on
Yeah.
that again.
Yeah, I think like he probably like consciously tried to not think of it and then probably thought about it anyway, is my guess, or like memorized it anyway. He'll like try to like, be like, okay, I'm not gonna try to learn this spell
Yeah.
today in case like maybe he did something wrong.
Yeah.
And it's like, okay, he keeps coming back. He's like, okay, like he probably like doesn't think much of it. He's like, okay, it's probably just like like a thing I always get. Like some wizards always like I think he's heard of like some wizards specialize in certain things, so he probably thinks it's something like that. Like,
Yeah,
oh, just
maybe.
like this god specializes in this spell or something like that, or like this thing does. He's like, okay, doesn't really put too much thought into it for now. He's like, I haven't really had a situation to use it, but I got it. Maybe in case I come across like I don't know, a zombie or something, I'll be getting sneak around it.
Yeah. Also, by now you would have understood that you have the ability to learn 3 spells every day,
Okay.
which
Okay.
is you have 16 wisdom, right?
Yeah, 16. So 2 bonus first, if I
Yes,
remember correctly.
exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
Okay.
after you wake up from the second dream, you realize that you have now the ability to learn a 4th spell.
So he's like, okay, I'm getting at least being able to learn more. That's like I think it's like kind of like what he's thinking. He's like, okay.
Yeah.
He's like, I'm progressing at like a pace. He's like, okay, he doesn't know how steady the pace is because there's only his inclination. But he knows he's steady. He's like, he probably thinks like, okay, if I keep doing this type of shit, whether it be spell casting or divine shit, it'll probably get better. At least he thinks it's his theory at the moment.
Yeah. Something like this. Like,
Yeah, so probably like, unless something comes up, he'll probably like again he's gonna go about this day absent-mindedly, and then sort of like almost like anxiously wait the next day for like the thing he's gonna come across or the creature's gonna come across.
one last question. Has any of the like 2 or 3 jobs that you were on included assassinating someone?
I think it depends what the guild generally does. Like he probably does. Like he probably gets ordered rather than like volunteers to do stuff. So I mean, I think it probably wouldn't be out of the order. It'd probably be more. I think it wouldn't be. I don't think it would be like. It depends on how common the assassinations are for the
Mm-hmm.
guild, I guess, in this area. Like if it's like common, I imagine he probably does it like about as probably like about like pretty frequently. Like if it's like like a. I can't imagine assassinations are super common though, because war would get out pretty quick if like they got assassinated. People got assassinated all the time. But I imagine probably like a once a year, maybe twice a year job if he does it.
Hmm.
For like depends on. I mean, depends on like how needed it is. Obviously, how much people are paying, but.
But if it comes up, you would take the job, right?
Yeah, he probably gets like I don't know if he I feel like he probably doesn't take jobs and more gets asked to do jobs with like not really know for an answer.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
actually, one of the 3 jobs was an assassination job that you took. You're like one of the breaking and entering specialists. So
yeah, like coming in, going in quietly, getting out quietly without anyone noticing. Need to unlock a door, and in case someone's there, I can do that, and stab someone like while they're sleeping.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
So
so if he does that, he'll do it, and he probably doesn't think anything of it at the moment. He's still he might have like not thought of it immediately, but then like afterwards he'd be like he's sort of like once like he like got accepted and like the days leading up to the job, he's like okay, he's like he thinks for a second, he's like this is first time I've killed someone after all this. Especially it's like it's a god of the or at least he likes people dying, at least staying dead. He thinks, or like at least. He's not really too sure what the god of death or like the death means at this point in time, but he just knows something related to death. That's all he knows. It's like his theory so far. He's like, I wonder if it liked me when I killed that one guy, like in his vision, like in his dream. He's like, I wonder if it'll like if I just killed this person. That's what he's sort of thinking. He's like, I guess I'll find out, or at least like I'll see what the inclinations are when I am standing over the body.
Yeah.
And then he thinks he's like, I have this like, and then he's like thinking like. I don't think anyone would notice if I did like I assume he does these jobs by himself. So he's like, I wonder if like anyone would notice. I wonder if like I use the spike to do it. It's probably what he's thinking. He's thinking about that stuff like the days leading up to the job, and then like
And then you go through the job, everything kind of works out, and you're standing over the bed of the sleeping person, and you focus on the body. That's like the first time you like consciously have focused on the body, because there's a bunch of thoughts that you have to go through at the moment, and you notice that this person is also radiating this aura of death around him.
It's similar to like the feeling I got when like the first time I saw the owl like in the dream, like that, like the radiate. So he's like, okay, he's like feels like someone who should die, or at least has death around them. So it's sort of like that's sort of like his feeling at the moment. So he's gonna like pull out the obsidian spike like from wherever he holds it, sort of be like it's like okay, I'm gonna like sort of like inch closer, and then he's gonna be like once he feels like he's like nothing bad's nothing's gonna like jump out at him, he's gonna like bring his arm up and then down, and then like try to kill him as quickly as possible. Basically kill him normally.
Yeah, you ambush kill a person. This is a sleeping person. You can auto kill them.
Yeah, do like what he does with the obsidian spike, like he does with the dagger normally, and just be like, okay, just sort of like see if anything happens. Like he'll stand there for like a bit, thinking just like, okay, does it feel any different? Anything happen? And then like if it,
one thing that like as you do this is the first time that you have been around death since your first dream, right?
Yeah.
And as you take this life, you feel like the necessity to, at least in your thoughts, speak a prayer to make sure that the soul gets to where it needs to go.
Yeah, I think he'll probably just like start going through the motions. Like he'll be like, okay, this feels like what I need to do.
Yeah.
So that's what he's gonna lean into.
Yeah. So you stand there for a moment, like the silent prayer, which ends up being the reason why this job wasn't as successful as it could have been, because as you stand there, pray for a moment, someone knocks at the door, and you have to abort the mission. And abort the mission, you finished your job, but somebody will notice that, like, you have to get out of the room quickly. There's a window, you can get out of the window without getting seen by anyone, but the person at the door will notice that somebody was in the room.
So it wasn't as successful as it could have been.
Yeah, so You almost got caught, so bit of unlucky, but
Yeah, I
nothing
don't
bad
think he's
came from it.
focusing on that
Yeah.
right now. He's more like I think it's probably like in the back of his mind. Like he probably got like scolded a bit, but like for like fucking up the job a bit. But he's sort of like also like okay, this is like this is different. Like it
Hmm.
feels different. Feels like more with a purpose almost.
Yeah.
And he's like okay. He's like okay. He's like but then he's also sort of like he's sort of like okay. Like, I don't think he really thinks or like he gets scolded like pretends to care but he doesn't really care about it. Like he might have cared more in the past like but right now he's sort of like I don't. He's not. It's not really like it's sort of like the furthest thing from his mind that he cares about almost.
Hmm. Yeah. You got away. Wasn't perfect. Good enough.
Yeah.
Also, you feel like satisfied with your interaction with death and being like a priest of the god of death or whatever.
Yeah.
The weirdness that you kind of almost expected to happen wasn't there, and that's cool.
Yeah. It usually feels like nothing or like a little guilty almost. I'd imagine, but it's like this time it sort of felt like some. It felt like it had a purpose to it.
Yeah.
Felt definitely. It was like his first time experiencing that when he like assassinated somebody.
And you kind of feel like reinforced that, okay, this person was supposed to die, apparently.
Yeah, like
It's
they
like
were
they
supposed to,
progressively have.
needed to, something. They had to die. That was basically the feeling I got, and I delivered that.
Yeah. So it wasn't like just a random murder.
Yeah.
Great. So, done with this sidetrack, we arrive at the 5th day of the week. As you did the word that your deity used, like the shadow operative. You know the word. This is like the highest, not like the leadership highest ranking, but the highest ranking executive person in the cities are the shadow operatives. There's one in every city, and you never met the shadow operative in Port Bream.
Oh, is this like for the guild or for like
Yes,
the?
this is the guild.
Okay, that's good to know. Okay,
Yeah.
let me just write that down. Okay, but it's like okay, that's good to know. But I've never met them. I assume they're basically like a shadow. Like you probably don't know who they are, and like you're not supposed to know who they are. For like the average member.
If you know who they are, you're either high ranking or you're about to die. Usually.
Yeah. Okay. That's probably like a big deal. It's sort of like it's probably a big deal. So he probably realized that it's like okay, it's like an actual thing from the guild then that I'm going through. When after he heard that news.
Like
But he's also like, oh sorry.
Yeah. If the shadow operative wants to talk to you, in this sense, the sentence "an offer you can't refuse" makes a lot of sense.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, that's good to know.
Yeah. So the 5th day comes around, and you kind of expect to get approached by someone.
Yeah, he's sort of like he's trying to play nonchalant or like
Yeah.
like oblivious because it's sort of like I imagine it's very different from their normal procedures of like that kind of knowing that they're going to show up. So he's going to try to play it like that. Like, he's going to try to put on the show of like, oh, I didn't know you were showing up as best he can. I imagine it'll seep through a little bit, no matter how best how good of a show he puts up.
Yeah. So give
like,
me like a charisma check to see how good you are at.
Okay. Yeah, it's like it's all right. Not great, but not bad.
Yeah, right.
25.
Not bad. 25. So.
Yeah, I feel like that's pretty appropriate for the situation because he's like kind of like anxious about the whole situation and stuff like that, and sort of like thought about it a whole bunch leading up to it.
Yeah. So the day goes by. You go with your usual routine. You head down to the Krusty Krust station, get something to drink, and you sit there like trying to be normal, like trying to get infos if you're getting sent on a job or something. Nothing really comes up. You like small talk with a bunch of people. You small talk your way around. Is there something to do for me or not? And the info is no, there's nothing to do at the moment. Nothing happens here. You go back outside, like wander around the city a bit, maybe get something to eat some point. The day goes along. nothing has happened so far. And as we approach like evening, as it's almost getting dark, and you're thinking like, what the fuck?
Yeah, I'm thinking of like, did it mean like did like their term of days mean, did like the owl's term of days mean something different? Is it like is it like, he's sort of like, he's thinking like, okay, it's either the owl fucked up or I fucked up, and he doesn't know which, like, he doesn't know who it is.
Something, maybe something was wrong. Who knows?
Yeah, that's what he's thinking. He's thinking like, okay, maybe he's like, okay, this is obviously not happening. He's thinking it's probably not happening at this point, and he's like, okay,
and you're like, you head home to the place where you sleep, and on your way home, out of one of the side alleys, comes someone and says, "Hey, Julius," and like grabs you on the shoulder and says, "I haven't seen you in forever." I look at the person.
Yeah, I think like immediately he's probably like, oh, hey, what's up? Doing the whole like not knowing your name thing, and then like he probably like, and then he's like, just sort of like, oh, it's probably someone I met in the past, and he's like, then it probably slowly comes to the realization of like, oh, I know what's going on now. After like a minute or two talking, or like small talk, or like nothing talk, I guess in this case, it's probably like nothing, like just not real conversation, but just like feigning conversation.
Yeah, the guy, like, he grabs you around the shoulder and says, "Oh, I haven't talked to you in forever," and you like small talk around. "Hey, let's go and get something to drink and catch up."
And then I'm like, okay.
At this moment, you notice like he's like turning you around, and okay, so this is
what's going on. This is what they meant by it. This is
what's going on, yeah. So he's turning you around. You kind of act like you're slightly suspicious. You kind of try to play the fact off that you were kind of expecting to get met by someone today.
Yeah.
And as you like try to resist the getting turned around, the person whispers in your ear and says, "Someone wants to talk with you. Follow me," and continues going on, speaking loudly. Let's go get something to drink. Blah 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 blah, and like heads you down into the middle of the town, into the Honey Pot, which is the most expensive establishment in town. This is like a really cool place. You never go there because it's like quite expensive. You have to pay like 1 gold piece to get inside.
Yeah, he probably like looks at a place as well.
Do you have any vision?
Oh, it's all black at this point.
It's all black, right. So let's quickly remove the other players from the map and put you inside. Da-dum, dum, dum, da-dum. Where are you? There you are. Oh, this is the wrong thing. Julius, and then you need vision. Alright. There you go.
Oh, there we go. Yeah, I see. Super big, but I'll shrink myself down. Can I? I cannot. There we go.
Yeah, so this is the Honey Pot.
Like lush carpets everywhere.
Yeah, there's like these fancy carpets, fancy tables. There's a big bar in the corner. There's the thing in the middle is not a... There is a carpet, but it's also raised from the ground. This is like some sort of stage. These chandeliers hanging from the ceiling. You look around, you quickly notice that there's no fire anywhere. So all the light that you see, all the chandeliers and all the like smaller things at the wall, everything's magical.
Oh, okay, that's interesting.
Yeah.
So instead of like candles being lit, it's like magical lights where like the candles usually would be. Okay, I got
it's like magical lanterns in some way, shape, or form.
Is it like a show of like wealth to have like magical light instead of normal light? Is it like more expensive to get?
Yeah, it's kind of expensive. Yeah.
Okay, so it's like a show of wealth almost. It's a show like how wealthy the establishment is. They use magical light instead of normal light for like even like the most mundane thing of lighting up the thing.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I gotcha.
Yeah. Also, you would know that like in the price, like you pay 1 gold piece to get inside. Included with the 1 gold piece is if you want to, you can stay the night, and you get 1 free drink. And you can also use the steam bath. So this thing on the top left is where you can see it. You can move yourself around, look at things if you want to.
Yeah, so it's like right here, correct?
Yeah, there's a bunch of water in there, and if you enter there, you can see to the right there's a lot of steam in the air. And there's
Yeah,
like some basins where you can take a bath. They have bathrobes that you can take while you're in here. So you at some point like you see people. This is kind of funny thing, mixed in between sitting like some rich people who are just here for drinks, and then there are some people sitting in bathrobes as well. Like kind of a funny thing.
yeah. Yeah, I
Yeah.
think Julius would probably get like led along by this
Yeah, he leads you to the
like shadow
bar,
operative.
grabs you something to drink, and continues small talking. Sits you down at one of the smaller tables. There's no chairs on the map. There are chairs.
Yeah, so probably like I don't think probably
Yeah,
like here. We don't think it
yeah,
matters where, but like it's like probably
yeah,
gets led down. Probably like continue the facade for a little longer
yeah,
until like
yeah.
Joey's gonna continue it until he breaks it.
Yeah. So this guy continues and then says, "Oh, um, a friend of mine. She's upstairs. She wants to. I think you know her from back then, right? Let's check out. Let's go upstairs and talk to her." And
Oh yeah,
he
I'm like, oh yeah, I remember now, and I'm like, yeah, just
yeah,
continuing along.
he takes you upstairs, and you. Let me just quickly. You're not there.
Oh, yeah, I'm upstairs now. I think.
You're upstairs now,
I
and
think. Yeah.
there's like this long corridor with some rooms, and he brings you into the room in the middle, and as you enter the room, like he closes the door behind you, then he drops his act and says, pointing to there's like two chairs in a room. One is next to the right desk and one is to the left desk, and he points to the one on the right desk and says, "Sit down and wait for a moment. She will be here soon." And he leaves the room. He leaves the room, closes the door, and you hear the lock turning from the outside.
Yeah, Julius probably just like sits down, puts like his arms behind his head, and like for the second, he's like, I guess this is it. Trying his best to like relax and compose. He's pretty relaxed because like he's like he's probably heard like tales of like the shadow operatives doing work, so he probably had an idea of what they do, but but he also knew it was gonna happen, so he's not like too shocked or or flustered about the whole situation. Yeah, so he's like, I think at this point, like when like he has time to himself to compose himself, it wouldn't be too unlikely for to like be a little bit composed about the whole situation. So I think he's gonna like drop the act of like being flustered now.
Yeah. So you get to the chair. The chair's you're standing next to the chest. Chair
Yeah, I
would
don't
be
think he
here
touches it. Oh, there. Okay.
if you want to sit on it.
Yeah, I think like he'll like sit down in the chair and just sort of like like not really. He'll like look around the room, see if there's any like windows in case things. I think there's a window in between the two desks, if I'm not mistaken, just in case things go like bad for whatever reason. Just like a habit in like these situations. Like okay, if I need to like dive out the window and like see how far down it is, like I walked up one story, so it's probably like a 10-foot drop, that sort of stuff. Like in case, is there a roof nearby in case I can jump on it? Yeah, just like
Yeah,
just like
yeah,
normal
that's
stuff there.
yeah, you can get out of there. It's easy.
Yeah, just in case things go bad for like whatever reason. He doesn't think it's gonna go bad, but it's like just always in the back of his head.
So you're standing around for a while. While I'm looking if I have a good token to use. I don't think so. All these tokens are bad. Oh, there's something in here. Yeah. Alright. That's gonna be imagination.
That's fine with me.
Alright. You sit. Do you take a seat or do you keep standing?
Yeah, I think he takes a seat. He's like things are gonna go bad. I'm probably gonna either barely live or die in the process. So no reason to be insulted and stand in when they told me to sit.
Alright. Yeah. You sit down and look around, and after like a few minutes go by, you hear sound coming from like the left side of the room, not from the other chair, but like from somewhere here. Also, the light is kind of dim here, so.
Okay. So is the walk-in coming from one of the other rooms, or is it coming from where the stairs come up?
What?
Like like with so when you walk up the staircase, what direction? So like if I walk, is the steps coming from the direction of the staircase or from the end of the hallway? Because like there was there multiple staircases leading up to the second floor.
There's only one staircase.
Oh yeah, so yeah, he's wondering if it's coming from the if shows basically he's wondering if she's coming up the stairs to introduce herself, or if she's coming from one of the other rooms.
No, the voice comes from in the room.
Oh, I misunderstood. Okay,
Yeah.
I misunderstood. Okay, I got you
The
now.
voice comes this. Hello, Julius. And you hear like
So
a soft knock, and a woman appears standing next to the lights at the wall.
yeah, sort of looks a little shocked and sort of like and then like he gets out of his seat and he's like, oh, hello, who do I have the pleasure of speaking to?
Yeah. You look at the person. It's has been referred to as she, so it's probably a woman.
Yeah.
Not pretty like on the smaller side, like 5'6" or so. Wearing like dark clothing, and also has like some sort of veil over her face. So instead of a face, you only see like black. Like considering the lighting in the room, the lighting is kind of dim, so you really can't make out anything between.
Yeah, it
under the
looks
veil.
like I probably can just tell make out like a silhouette. That's about it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's just grab
Does
different
the
music
is that like
that fits
does the
mood.
veil mean anything like to me, or is it like that like or like ring any bells from the shadow operatives, or is it just sort of like a normal practice from what I've heard, or is it just sort of like it's all completely new to me?
This kind of has a meaning, yeah. So
Okay.
might be the reason why they're called shadow operatives is because they act shadowy.
Mm-hmm.
And like
That's like his.
her clothing, like all of her clothing, like has this sort of shadowy sense to it. It's like dark black, midnight blue coloring, then the veil of the face that shadows the face.
Yeah. Okay.
You have, I mean, you have heard about the shadow operatives. You have never met one, but like in the description of what the shadow operatives are, like nobody knows who they are exactly, what their names are. So yeah, that's kind of
Okay.
it's kind of
Okay.
some sort of secrecy around them, and this fits the build.
Okay. And like yeah, so I guess like after he says like who do I have the pleasure of speaking to, he probably like catches himself and he's like, oh, I guess that won't be given to me today. You know, it's like as he catches because he sort of like does like the normal routine, then he probably catches himself and he's like, oh.
Yeah, as you like the realization springs into your mind who you're talking to, and you kind of stop yourself, like mumble under your breath. Okay,
Yeah, and he's
probably
like,
not
and
going
sort of
to
like
get any explanation here.
yeah.
Yeah. All right. So.
Then I just sort of like confirm that's me. Like, yeah, that's me.
And a person like nods in your direction, understanding that you understood who you're talking with, and at this point, I will mute stream.
it'll be kept hidden.
It will be kept
I'll talk about,
hidden. All
I'll
right,
talk
we are
about them
live
in
again.
vague concepts if we need to if we need to relate them to all in here, which will be like it'll just be like something vague.
All right.
I won't talk any specifics.
Yeah. Well, here you are in this room. I mean, the beds are nice. Oh.
Yeah, I think he'll he'll like think for a second, realize what he like think about what he's been told, and then he's like, I'm definitely not staying here tonight. He's like, but he's like, like he'll like go over to the chest and look into them, like both of them and like the drawers.
Oh, everything's empty.
He's like, he'll look at the sheets and stuff. He'll be like, how nice do they look?
Quite nice.
He's like, can I fit these in? He's like, he's trying to think if he can just like take something really quick. They're like, like they can just like pawn off somewhere for like a couple gold.
They
He's
are
like,
kind of.
yeah, they're kind of like big and out of the way to carry and stuff. He's like, you
Also,
can't really
they are
hide anywhere.
recognizable.
Oh yeah, that's true. Oh yeah, like they probably have like their own like like a seamstress that does it. He's like he thinks about it for a second, then he's like he throws away the thought, and he's like, okay, I'm just gonna get out of here and go back to where I'm comfortable.
Yeah. Well, the door's locked.
Oh, he's like didn't even lock. He's like just realized like well. He's like yeah. He's like, it'd be weird if the door's unlocked. If like the door's locked, he's gonna try and pick it really quick.
Give me a
just like
pick lock.
Yeah.
What's your chance?
Okay, it's a 70, I think. Yeah, 85. So he's like, fuck. He's probably realized like he probably like didn't bring his what's it called, his like thieves tools, and he's like, ugh. Like he probably like realized he probably got out. He probably like left them at his house because he didn't need it, and just like kind of like
you're out in town. You don't want to get like petted down by guards with your thief tools, so that won't.
So he probably tries to do with what he has, realizes he can't, and he's like, well, out the window it is then.
Okay. You head out the window. It's dark outside, so it's kind of doable. You get to the edge. You have to.
Yeah, probably tries to find like either a low hanging area where he can like drop down easily, or like a place like a thing he can climb down with like not too much like pretty easily.
Yeah, you kind of have to accept like a slightly more than 10-foot fall. Like the ground floor is pretty high, and you can only get to the edge of the building. And
so I think what he'll do is he'll like hang down as far as he can, and then drop to give himself like the smallest distance possible. But he's kind of accept that he's gonna have to like take and then he's gonna try to do like a tumbling roll, break his fall as best he can. And, he's trying to actually he's thinking to himself like. He's like, okay, I can either hang down and drop, or get myself in a better position. He's gonna do like whatever he thinks is best, because I don't know how to tumble, like what's best. So
yeah,
but he's gonna just
one other thing you could try is try to climb the wall down, like climb around the building and then down the side of it. So that's also something.
I think he'll do that. Yeah, he'll do that first. He'll move around. He'll be cautious because he doesn't know who's looking, but he doesn't know that he's looking. So he'll go around slowly, but then he'll see if there's any other area that's easier to climb down, or a place maybe there's a balcony where you can climb on and then walk in natural normally.
Yeah, I mean it's a wall, and it's made from brick, so you can kind of attach to it.
It'd be pretty. Yeah, it's not like a smooth wall. There's at least some things natural grabbing points and stuff like that.
Where are the climbing modifiers?
Oh yeah, modifiers. Let's see if I can find them too. There might be. Are they in the normal handbook or the thieves handbook? I always forget.
All the
shit's everywhere.
DMG, and it's not there.
Oh, that's right. Let me try player's handbook really quick. That's with mountaineering and shit. That's not it.
It's not like thieving skills. there. Base climbing success rates. Thief, climb walls, percent, modifiers. It's in the player's handbook. Okay.
Oh, okay, that's good to know.
Table 66. Okay. No. Character, nothing. Nothing. It's just your base.
Okay, so 60%. Okay. Barely fails.
Barely fail. So you climb and you like get a good grip to start the climb, and you head over slightly to the side and climb down the side of the building. And give me a 1d20.
Okay. 6.
Yeah, you get almost down the wall, and the last 6 feet you kind of lose grip with 1 feet. Like you thought that this is a good place to put your foot. You put it there, then you let go of one hand, and then your foot kind of tumbles as well, and you fall down the last 6 feet.
Yeah, so I heard like land on like my back or like the back of my feet or something like that, and fall backwards and like
yeah,
like not enough to like injure myself badly.
Do you have tumbling?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, yeah. So you fall down. You have fallen down like from 6 feet a few times before. You know what to do. You land in a way to not hurt you.
Yeah, I do something to break my fall well enough. Like so, like it's like yeah, okay. It's like I lean into it or something, or I don't know how falling works, but like you do something to like break your fall enough, so rather than just like letting gravity take you.
Protect the areas that you don't want to hit the ground first. So
yeah.
Instead of like hitting your head on the ground, you like kind of break your fall with your arm and your shoulder, and roll down from the side. It hurts a bit, but it's not bad.
It's like it'll be gone in like an hour or so.
Yeah, like temporary 2 points of damage or so, like nothing interesting.
Yeah.
And well, you're back in town.
Yeah, he's like, can't talk about. Now I got 2 things I can't talk about with anybody. That's what he's thinking right now. He's like, what's another one for the pile at this point? I'll worry about that when I get shipped off.
Well.
Yeah, I didn't give him a time frame, but he imagined it'll happen soon.
I mean,
I doubt.
That kind of was like that's what you're doing from now on.
Yeah, he's sort of like he's like, yeah, I gotta. He's like, yeah, I didn't give me. He's like, sort of like, yeah, I didn't give me a time frame. He's like, I know where I need to go. He's like, yeah, I guess yeah. So he'll probably just sort of he probably didn't sleep much that night. Probably not enough to get like. I don't think he used the spells that day, but or if he might have, if he did, he doesn't. I know he's not getting enough sleep to get spells back the next day because I don't think he's gonna stay up kind of late just thinking about like planning out what he needs to do, like thinking about everything. So yeah, he's probably gonna get like 4 hours of sleep or so, like 4 or 5 hours, not enough to memorize spells.
And you would know that if you want to get from Port Bream to Tarrega, the safest way is to travel on the roads. And the safest way to travel on the roads is with the guarded caravans. The caravan from Port Bream to Barrios always leaves Port Bream on Thursday and arrives on Sunday.
Those I assume those cost some money. I assume.
No, you can travel with them for no cost.
Oh, okay, that's good to know. Like I guess I'm gonna
public transport, more or less.
Okay, that's good to know. Is there like did the guild didn't? I guess like there's no I assume there's no other contact. Then I'm not like given any. Or I guess am I given anything from the guild before I leave? Because I assume they know I'm gonna leave. So I don't know if I get called before. Like I get like a letter sent to me or something before I leave.
No, you got the information that you needed.
Okay, I know about okay. That's all I need to know. With 2 silvers to my name
in Tarrega, probably like you get like somewhere in Tarrega there's some guy who knows who Osmo is and.
Yeah, So he's like, okay, got nothing, got whatever I have. So he's gonna like collect everything that he needs, get some like extra clothes, get like grab a short bow that he rarely uses because he only uses it when he goes outside and he never goes outside the city really.
Yeah.
He's like, better attack from a distance than up close, so they can't hit me.
Yeah.
So he's like, and then like grabs everything he needs, and then like heads out. Or, like first light, go like joins the caravan. Makes small talk with some people. Just
I
doing the
mean,
normal stuff. Doesn't seem like a weird person.
the caravan left 2 days ago, so you would
Oh,
have to wait till the next week to
five
go with
days.
it.
He's
So
like,
you have some days to finish all the stuff that you want to. Maybe there's like some person you want to talk with in Port Bream before you leave, so you have a few days to close
yeah,
down your stuff.
yeah. I think he just there's nothing off the top of my head that I
Hmm.
want to do, but I think he's just gonna like sort of give. I don't know if like I guess you can tell me of this because this is more like my out of character ignorance. Would it be like frowned upon or like bad? Like sort of be like be like I believe in the city for like a bit, or is it like does like the shadow operators handle all that?
To what?
Like so like the guild so like the local guild members, so they don't ask any questions. Do I tell them, or just like or is it's just sort of known that I'm not going to be doing something, or do they even care?
You
Like the
don't
local
really talk
operators.
about what you're doing most of the time. Like
Okay,
you
that's all
can
I need
talk
to
about, hey, I'm leaving town. I'm found some job opportunities somewhere else, and everybody knows. Oh, okay, you kind of have to do something in a different town. You can talk about
know.
it like vaguely, but you don't
Yeah,
talk
okay.
about specifics.
Yeah, I think that's about all he does. He's sort of like I'm leaving town, doesn't really give a
Hmm.
location or
Yeah,
time frame or anything like that. Just sort
yeah,
of like I'm leaving, and like that's about as far into it he goes.
yeah.
I
You
think I
few
think, I think he just like
contacts.
informs everyone that he needs to
Hmm.
contact, and like people that might do like missing person stuff if they need to, that sort of stuff, or like contact whether it be like the actual authorities or the guild's authorities. Like just sort of informs everyone he needs to inform, just so no one asks questions, and then like
Yeah,
you know
you talk with your landlord to well, like pay off the rest of your rent and say that
yeah,
you.
or like like pay off the lease, and then like just
Hmm.
like or like not renew the lease or whatever and stuff like that, and then like be good to
Hmm.
go.
Yeah. All right. So we continue a few more days down the road. There's
Yeah, nothing
nothing
really.
happens
Yeah, I
now.
think he'll just so yeah. The only yeah, I don't think yeah because he's just like thinking about the whole situation. He's like okay, like planning stuff out. Yeah, he doesn't have any real like liquid finances, so he can't really acquire anything.
Hmm. Yeah, you have a few pieces of gold to your name, probably.
Yeah, at least on my character. At least after character creation, I had 2 silvers, so it was like that was it.
Oh, yeah,
So it was
two
like yeah,
silver. Okay, yeah, you
yeah,
can
so,
add
yeah. So
like
he doesn't have anything he can like liquidate really. It's like or like he's not gonna
yeah.
get anything from leaving, so he's like he doesn't really have anything to buy or
Hmm.
do. Like no real people to contact. At least people that he can talk to like with any certainty of secrecy.
Yeah, you
So he's
got
like
some random money from the jobs that you did in between. So add like let's see,
only like 1d6 or something
10
for
gold
gold, like
pieces.
10 gold. Okay,
Yeah,
I'm cool with that. I was gonna give myself way less. I'm cool with that.
yeah. I mean, you killed one person. You
Yeah, like, I assume
supposedly
most of it goes to the debt though, so that's why
yeah,
it's like I get some money for like to live, and then the
yeah,
rest
yeah.
of it goes towards the debt.
Yeah, you did
I
some
presume yeah,
kind of big
I assume the
jobs.
average
You
person gets,
yeah,
yeah, I assume the average person gets paid way more than I do, or
yeah,
the average student, I guess.
definitely. Yeah,
Yeah, this will be enough to at least get to where I would
yeah,
need to go, and then probably a little bit more if I need to buy
yeah.
stuff.
Survive for a few days, get
Yeah,
by, and like start to find
loosen
like a place where you can get an in with the party.
yeah loosen tongues if need be.
Hmm. All right.
Yeah, that's
So
yes. Yeah, he just sort of like probably like gets like probably like like put the only thing I can think he probably like pushes like the guild like people to like pay out his money to like pay out sooner because like I'm leaving and stuff like that, and they probably that's about the only thing he does.
mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah,
So you get the outstanding things that you own, like the 10 gold pieces, and then
yeah,
the next Thursday, you leave Port Bream with the caravan.
yeah.
And
How are these like big caravans or like as like hundreds of people or
this is like large trading caravans. They have a bunch of carts, and they are well guarded. There was like a major incident with caravans a while ago, with bandits attacking one of the trading caravans and almost destroying everyone. It kind of ended with everybody running away, and most of the guards have died. So at the moment, the caravans are even more guarded than usually. There is 8 spears of men, so 8 groups of 6
okay.
soldiers with one leader as well. The caravan leader, who is like a really skilled fighter, and a military guild wizard with
Oh,
every caravan, a bunch of
yeah. So
cards, and like people who travel
Very hard
from
for the average band of brigands to do
yeah,
anything
yeah.
against this place. Yeah,
That's
it's like
like
basically suicide.
yeah, there's not much that they can do. This was like a very uh, organized attack at one time, and since then, like at least one of the um, like it's kind of known who the leading bandits are, and one of them has been killed since then.
So they're probably in disarray at this point, or like trying to find someone else to put on,
Yeah,
like
they're doing
put on
some
top.
stuff. If you wanted
Yeah,
to know, you could find out something.
yeah. I don't think he cares that much. It's
Yeah.
not like his. It's like he. Like, I mean, yeah. It's like they're probably not going to attack. I don't know how long I'm going to be in this area. Like it's not worth looking into. I got more important things to do if I need to.
Yeah, so you live in the city most of the time, and the cities are completely safe. Just like
Yeah.
the villages outside, the towns outside, and traveling alone on the road. Sometimes you run into problems. Like you don't really want to be on foot alone on the road. If you're like a light rider and you can get from town to town, you're fine most of the time. Like if you're a group of like 3 people and you travel by foot and you have to camp in the open,
Yeah.
most of the roads are quite safe, but at sometimes yeah, you're getting close to the forest. Might be some goblins running around, might be some animals running around. You don't really want to get in problems, so if
Yeah.
people want to be safe, they travel with their caravans.
Okay.
This is kind of an arrangement that everybody's happy with. The
Okay.
guilds don't have to do anything more because they're already sending like their caravans from A to B. The people travel with them. They don't have to have guards on the roads all the time or stuff like this.
Yeah.
That's
Makes
a
sense.
good
Okay.
arrangement. Yep.
Yeah. So the only thing so is this caravan, is it going directly to Tariga, or is it going from like, or is it going only to Tariga and back, or is it going to like Tariga then to Barrios, for example?
The caravan is going from Port Bream to Barrios.
Oh, and then I'm going to
Yeah.
halfway through go to Tariga.
No, you arrive at Barrios and then you would have
Oh,
to grab the next
oh.
caravan from Barrios to Tariga,
I gotcha. Okay, I gotcha now.
or travel to Tariga yourself.
Yeah. So Barrios, so Port Bream to Barrios, then Barrios to Tariga seems the safest.
Yeah.
Okay, so the only thing I want to do in the caravan, unless something comes up, is I want to get. I'm gonna try to like play comfortable with some of like the other. So there are merchants on this caravan.
No.
Ah, dang. Okay, never
There
mind
is
then.
merchandise on the caravans. Like the Merchants Guild ships a lot of stuff with the caravans.
Okay.
So it's like the arrangement.
got-
There's the Merchants
yeah.
Guild, and like some other guilds send like not carriages, wagons that are going with the caravan, and the
Okay.
military security guild guards them.
Okay, I assume there's like normal people as well that just go along with it.
Yeah, and normal people who have to go from A to B, or like
Yeah. Okay.
go
So
from Port Bream to one of the towns as well. There's towns along the way. So
yeah. So the only thing I'm gonna do is that I'm gonna like try to get some have some like conversation with some of like the guards or people who are like the seneschals, like the people who know where items are. Try to like get an idea of like what's in what wagon and like how how like, well guarded they are. And then if possible, he might try to like if there's like a lockbox or something, he might try to like what's the word, like take some gold out of it, and then take like half the gold, keep it with himself, and put the other half on like put it on like some normal like commoner or something, so like they think that they stole it. But that's not the only thing he's gonna try. If it's possible. If it's too difficult, he's not. But that's his plan, like in the motion. Because then while he's on from barriers to Tariga, he can just escape the consequences of it.
yeah, it's would be kind of tricky. Like you talk with the people, and you don't really need to talk too much with them to find out what's on which wagon, because the wagons most of them have the guild emblems on them, which guild they belong to. So we'd know like if there's an artisan's cart going with the caravan at the moment, then there's probably really expensive stuff on it.
Yeah, he's trying to find like specifically like lock on gold, because it'd be weird if like an art piece went missing. You can't really pawn that off pawn that off easily unless like unless you can know someplace to fence it, and you can't. It's hard to keep it on your person without getting it. But gold is pretty easy to What do you mean? I had 15 gold pieces on me always.
Yeah. So well, it's hard to say. Like the person who has the paperwork is the caravan leader.
Ah, okay.
So he has like the the sheets of paper where it's written down what stuff is on the card. So he gets like the sheet from the Merchants Guild, like card A has this on it, and like this should arrive at. So you would have to get a list from him to find out what's on there. There's nothing visible, and also at night the cards are getting like stationed together, and the whole like camp area is kind of well illuminated, so there's nothing to sneak around, and there's guards on watch all the time.
Yeah, it'd be too risky then. Yeah, he probably has that thought. Probably like realizes it like a day or two, and then it's like not even worth trying. So like he might try this tactic again from the Barris to Tariqa venture to see if it's like less well guarded or more loose with its restrictions, because it's going from like the capital city to like a smaller town. Might be less, but he'll think about it when the time comes. Yeah, he'll so probably just continue on putting on like the facade of just a normal commoner.
Yeah, well, you are just a normal commoner. You're not part of any guild. You are part of the commoner class. So
yeah. I guess what he means by that is, because he has a job, so he's trying to be like, oh, I'm just going there for work or whatever. So, he's not lying, but he's not telling the truth either.
Yeah. Like probably some day laborer or something who is done with working at the port and wants to do something else, so you head over.
Yeah. Go from one fishing town to become a fisherman or something, go from fishing in one port to another to get better wages or something.
Yeah. So day one, you get somewhere over here where you arrive at East Bream. And then I just realized that I'm looking at the wrong map. I was wondering why there's nothing on there. That's like day one, and then on day two, can I only get the token? Thanks. Day two, you get over to Midway, and then on the third day, you make it all the way to Barrios.
Okay.
You
I think
arrive at Sunday evening.
Yeah, I think as he's exiting the caravan, he might be maybe as he's walking through the gates or something, he might be asking when's the what are the next caravans leaving, or where are they going to and stuff like that. So folded into other questions, or other questions about figuring out when the next caravan to Tariqa is.
Yeah. The next caravan that's leaving is leaving on Monday, but it's leaving towards the gate. The caravan to Tariqa sadly leaves on Sunday morning.
Yeah, he's like, okay.
So you're kind of stuck in Barrios for a while.
Yeah, he's like, okay, I got some time. I can do the thing I wanted, my owl told me to do.
All right.
Yeah, so I think he's gonna he'll probably spend the first day just getting the lay of the town as he's there. If he gets there at night, he'll probably just sleep it off and then just go the next day, kind of getting the lay of the town.
No, you find a cheap inn where you can stay for the night. Yeah,
and he'll probably then the next morning he'll do the lay of the town. Figure out this is probably bigger than Port Bream.
Yes, it's bigger than Port Bream. There's a lot of more stores. There's a few more guilds, guild main halls in here. There's the largest part of military that you have ever seen in any town. It's way larger than I have only been to Port Bream, but the central training ground is in Barrios as well. So there's a bunch of stuff going on in this town.
Yeah, he's he would sightsee if he had time, but he's like, okay, I got a time limit. Yeah. He's like, okay, he's just kind of getting himself okay. The merchants areas over there. This is where the artists this is where the smithies are. He's getting himself familiarized, asking people hey, where's this? He gets pointed in the direction, a normal question, and then he's getting a mental map of what's going on for the city.
Also, the castle is in this town, so the queen is in Barrios as well, which you have never seen before. It's a very nice building. Less a fortification than a place of what is it? Display of wealth and power. It's less. Okay. It's not it's not a fortification in any way, shape, or form. Fortification would be more in the probably if the town were ever under attack, the queen would be escorted to the military buildings. Which are more like fortifications, like the barracks or something like this.
Okay.
Yeah.
Makes
There's
sense.
the Royal Council Hall, which is like a really large building that looks very nice. Mm, um,
Again, the impression that a lot of these like these governmental buildings are more for show rather than function, or form than function.
um,
Except for the military one, but the other ones at least seem more
yeah,
like
like
opulence than actual good like design for buildings.
they are designed for representation and not for
Yeah, that's like the impression
work.
is getting.
Yeah. Um, I mean the Royal Council's meeting hall is like uh, it's a large hall that has like a very fine architecture. Somebody spent a lot of time like planning this building and constructing it from really good material.
Hmm.
Just like the architecture is nice to look at.
Yeah,
Uh,
yeah. I think he respects it, but it's sort of like a yeah, not something I can probably ever going to go into my lifetime or see see all the intricacies of or understand it.
yeah.
Yeah, yeah,
The castle is off limits anyway, so you can look at it from the outside. Looks
yeah.
nice.
Yeah, he sort of like shrugged his shoulders after looking at it for like a minute or two. He's like, looks nice.
Oh, it's
Never.
interesting to look at, you know.
Yeah, of course. It's like
First time in the capital, so.
yeah. He's like, I'll probably I'll get a couple more days of looking at it, assuming I never come back here.
Well, you are in Barriers now.
Yeah, he's gonna. Yeah, so the first day, unless I don't know if it'll tell me to take the whole day, but he's gonna get like a general idea of where everything is, and then after that, he's gonna go into what's it called, like research mode of trying to find the woman's septimar. He's gonna use like his normal means for like I assume it's the second day, unless you tell me otherwise. Yeah, so the second day he's going to start his day off sort of doing like his normal channel for like his normal idea of, going into areas where, I assume he has an idea of like where like information gatherers are like just from his like, roguish tendencies and, like, no, like, okay, this is like the guild has talked about this place. So this is like, this section of the city that can pass and he's heard someone mention it or something like that. So you might know that like, like this store or like this area of the city is like, more like seedy than others. Like illegal activities, so we can get some more information or pay for information or something like along those lines.
Funny enough, the guild has the habit of having all the very weird stuff going on under the nose of the military and security guild. So anything that's close to military and security is a good place to look for seedy stuff.
Yeah, so he might go into like a bar or keep
Yeah.
on like in that district, so, that like might be frequented by those people.
Yeah, that's the
And then
Rusty Eggs. It's like a shithole where the
yeah,
people after like training, like getting drilled the whole day, they are smelly and dirty, and they go in there to down some ale
and then
before they
complain about
fall into bed.
everything.
Yeah.
And like he'll probably like walk up to like the barkeep or something like the bar, sort of like sit down and sort of like like order an ale, and then like he's filling it up or something. Might just like sort of like make like an offhand like comment in like thieves' cant or something about how it's like it'd be nice to like find someone who knew like where people were around here. I'm kind of new to town.
Yeah. The guy instantly picks up what's going on and like, crazy town is way too large.
Yeah, way too big around here. It's hard to find a certain person. When you're trying to find a certain person, it's hard to find them around here.
True. So yeah, I mean, I have a friend. He has a knack for this.
Oh, really? I mean, hey, if you could introduce us, I mean, I could.
Yeah, sure.
That'd be great.
He looks around and says, "Oh, he's here anyways. Let me grab him." And like he goes over a few tables and puts a hand on a random person's shoulder. A kind of butch-looking woman, and says something to her, and she like gets up and walks over to you and says, somebody from out of town looking to find someone in town."
And I'm like, yes, I am. He's like, oh, let me buy you a drink. And I'll like vastly overpay for a drink and give like the bartender gold.
Yeah.
I assume that's overpaying. Unless they like, I assume that's like,
Yes.
yeah. So yeah, he's gonna like I was like slide it over, like sort of like palm it over like a like it looks like a copper or silver or something, so like it doesn't look like overpaying.
Yeah. He nods and pockets it.
Yeah, it's like, oh yeah, drink for me and your friend.
Sure. He gets back to the bar and grabs some drinks and puts them on your table.
And he's like, and then like sort of like after like the bar keeps at it, like I assume he knows and like not listen to this sort of stuff.
Yes.
Or, yeah, so like afterwards, like after like he's at a hearing distance, we have like some small chatter for a little bit. He'll like be like, yeah, so that's the funniest thing. I was looking for it's hard to find like specific people around here. You don't know your way around town. I was wondering if yeah, it's like I was trying to find an old friend named Septimar. I was wondering if you knew where she was.
As you say the name, like her eyebrows rise. Both her eyebrows rise. Actually, like stumbles over the name and says, "Well, you're looking for one of the people who are easy to find in this town, I guess."
No, well that just makes yours and mine job even easier.
True story. Well, and she kind of like taps 3 times on the table with her fingers.
I nod and I'm like, oh, yeah, yeah, okay, and I'm like, I pull out 4 gold coins, and pawn it over, sort of like, oh, you're dropping that drink or something like that, and then grab the drink, or looks like pretending the drink's about to spill, and then slam like 4 gold coins on the table or something like that.
Yeah. You kind of. Do you have sleight of hand?
Not well.
Yeah, give me a sleight of hand check just to see.
Okay. Would pickpockets, I assume, or to be something else? It's pickpockets.
Yeah, pickpockets. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I kind of fumble it, but
yeah, you kind of fumble it. Like 2 of the coins 15%. Like roll over the table, and she has to grab them from her to stop them from tumbling off the table. She kind of smiles. Oh, the little boy fucked up. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
he doesn't really care too much. He knows it's not a specialty, so he doesn't care too much about it.
Well, the person you're looking for is. Well, let me think. The full title is. How does it start again?
Sort of like raising an eyebrow, thinking like, oh, this person has a title.
Advisor to the Royal Emissary to the Royal Council.
Advisor to the Royal Emissary to the Royal Council. Okay. He's like, must be a quite important person.
Well, I wouldn't mess with her.
Well, good thing you're not the one messing with her.
True. And I expect that she will never find out where you got the information.
Even though of course not.
To be fair, you could have gotten information from any random person on the street, but...
Well, to be fair, aren't you just a random person I met in a tavern?
Yeah, we're all just random persons, that's true.
Yeah, well, where would one go to find or have an audience with advisor to the Royal Embassy, to the Royal Council? Assume they're quite hard to get a hold of, but I assume like they probably have to have some leisure activities, frequent somewhere.
If you have a good reason to talk with her, I assume her office would be the place. Royal Council's meeting hall. They have offices.
Oh, is it open to the public?
Well, open is maybe the wrong word, but you.
Well, can I get an audience with her? What's the word? Oh God, I forgot the word.
Can get into the lobby.
Yeah, I can get into the lobby. I forgot the word for the person who does the you talk to, and they go and talk to the person. I forgot the term, but yeah, that person. Mm-hmm. Actually, that's just me forgetting because I'm blanking on it.
Okay. Advisor to the Royal Emissary to the Royal Council.
Yeah, no, I mean because when you go into like a lobby, you talk to like the person, and then they go talk to them, and
receptionist.
Yeah, receptionist. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, so I can talk to the receptionist basically.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So it's like okay.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I thank you for your time and information. I shall. Well, I'm on a bit of a time crunch, so if you need anything from me, let me know while I'm in town. But I imagine I'll be quite busy.
Well, I wish you good luck with talking with the nice lady.
You as well. I hope she's as nice as I hope she's as nice and regal as our conversation was.
She kind of smiles at you.
And then I'll get up and leave.
Yeah.
And then I'll be like, okay. Then I'm like, I can probably like I can read. I assume like it's on a sign somewhere. It's probably like a nice and big sign if like for like the location.
Oh, you
seems like a pretty
came
important
across
spot.
the Royal Council's meeting hall before.
Yeah, so I'll like remember my way there. It's still probably like midday at this point, I'd assume, and then like I'll like midday, maybe like like early afternoon. So I'll like make my way over there while it's still open.
Yeah. You make your way over there, and you can like go to the main entrance. The main entrance is open. You can enter the foyer.
Yeah, so I'll just like see if I have to like wait in line, I'll wait in line. I'm not gonna like shove anyone out of the way.
Yeah, there's a few people here who want to talk with the councillors. Not with the councillors, with the with the councillors. Yeah. Want to complain
so I'll,
about random stuff.
Yeah, I'll like kind of listen like what they're complaining about and realize it's probably not interesting because they're just coming here. They don't have any power. It's like actually complaining. They're just complaining normally. So I'll like kind of like not really listen.
Yeah, people are complaining about everything. Like, blah 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 blah.
Yeah, it's just complaining to a government official. It's like blah blah blah. Nothing. It's like they're not like actual important people. So they don't have anything important. They have nothing worth hearing.
Why is the caravan always leaving on Sunday? This is so stupid. It should be leaving.
Why can't
on
it leave
Tuesday.
when I want to leave it?
Yeah.
And then like after like I wait in line, then I'll get up to the receptionist. Then then I'll be like, oh, I'll also like like I apologize for those folk. They're quite the complaining bunch you have here in Barrios.
Is it different from the place you come from?
Shrug. Don't really come to these places too often, so can't really tell. But I had I was wishing to see if I could get an audience with Septimar.
And why would she give you an audience?
Just just a message from an old friend, as I wish to tell her. Just rekindle relationships, old friendships, that sort of stuff.
Well, if you give me like the lowdown of what you want to talk with her, then I can deliver the message to her, and you can come back tomorrow, and maybe I have an answer by then.
Oh, is she busy at this point in time? I can, if there's a fee for getting a message to her quickly, I'll be happy to pay it.
No, that's no fee necessary.
Oh, no, but I was wondering if I could expedite it, just a, small fee to expedite it. I assume your time is valuable, so, just walking over and delivering the message, really quick while I'm still here. See if I, just save both of us time.
Give me a charisma check.
I look around to see, charisma?
Yeah.
Yeah, as I'm saying this, I'm sort of like, looking around, like, oh, I don't think there's, like, too much else going. Oh, fuck. God, why am I rolling so shit? Yeah, I tried, and, like, yeah, it's like, yeah. It's like, oh, well, if it can't be expedited, it can't be expedited.
She, like, rolls her eyes at what you're trying to do. Like, everybody tries to get stuff expedited here and try to skip time.
Yeah.
Like, she hears this, like, 11,000 times every single day. And she says, we have our routines, and the lady's very busy, and she will get the messages tomorrow and will reply.
And I'm like, oh, well, I wouldn't mind. Would you mind? Do you have a ink and paper for me to write with? I look around. I've just arrived in town and have the space to bring it with me.
Yeah, she grabs like a wax writing tablet.
Yeah, and then I'm like writing up a message of like oh hey, it's so good to see you, and then like writing them and then somewhere in between, like I write like a message of like I write like like the big like bold thing that I'm trying to write, like, but nonchalantly slip it in there, like I bring a message from an old friend and I wanted to reminisce over it with you, stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
Like
remember the correct words is the question.
Yeah, bring a message from an old friend, and then like at the very bottom, it's like, oh yeah, like it's like the services of her, the services of your kind are not forgotten.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'm like writing it like word for word, but I'm like trying to make it like sneak it in like there, so it's like if someone write it, they didn't like it's not. I'm not like just writing that basically. Is what I'm saying.
Yeah. All right. You fabricate a message to her and hand the tablet back to the woman, and she puts it in a register that reads like Royal Emissary.
And then I'm like, one more question. You said tomorrow? Will she contact me or should I come back tomorrow?
Come back tomorrow and I will have a reply for you.
Alrighty, when do you open?
8 sharp.
Oh well, I'll see you at 8:01 then.
Great. With the 700 other people who are there at 8:01 and want to complain about the caravan leaving on Sunday instead of Tuesday.
Yes, quite a dreadful bunch, but I have a good feeling that mine will be a little more important.
That's what they all say. Have a nice day. She waves at you.
You as well. I'll like wave off. And I'm like I don't have enough time to get in any trouble. It's getting like probably like, mid-afternoon. I'll probably, like sort of like, go to like a seedy, cheap tavern, and go to sleep. And then,
Yeah.
I think he'll actually get spells tomorrow. I think he'll like pick spells. It's the first time I'm doing this because like, it might actually be, useful to do it this time. Yeah. So he'll have like his invisibility on undeads that he always has. And then he'll pick 2 cure light wounds. I'll write it down somewhere. I'll write it down in roll 20. Let me see what other spells I have. Anything that can be useful. Like, to show. We'll take a command.
Then straightforward, right?
Yeah, just like, just in case, he's taking like, straightforward stuff, just, just to show. And then he'll take a he'll take a... I gotta look up what the spell does. It's been a while since I've looked at that spell. Oh, it doesn't have, like... I don't have the material components for that. Yeah, he'll just take, yeah. He'll take a light spell last. I just post it. So I have the receipts to prove it. Yeah, okay. And then, yeah, that's what he'll prepare, and then he'll be... good. Yeah, and then he'll like, he'll do that. He'll probably wake up early as possible. Then he'll, then he'll, go there, sharp 8 o'clock. Leave like at 7:50. Get there like, or leave like, know the distance, then get there as soon as possible. Have all his stuff with them.
All right. You head into the Royal Council's meeting hall. There is, as the woman has predicted the day before, already.
Oh, like
9 people waiting.
I'll like make myself obvious, like that I'm there, but like not like shove my way out, like shove myself like in front.
Yeah. You see like that the ledgers are all empty. Like the drawers are all empty. There's no messages to the counselors or assistants at the moment.
Okay, so it probably got sent or like got delivered to somebody. I saw. Okay.
Yeah, so you get inside and you look around. Nobody pays too much attention to you. And
trying to see if I can like not blatantly, but get the receptionist that I talked to yesterday's attention to see if like not like I'm not like waving her down, but just sort of like standing like up in center, maybe like walking like pacing around a little bit, just like show that I'm there, but not like make a scene.
Yeah, you have to kind of wait in line, so it's
yeah, but it's not like nothing out of the ordinary, but also just if someone looks up, they can see me if I'm there.
I see you like trying to get someone's attention. You get the attention of someone else that you expected. A guard comes from a kind of slightly obscured position, like he's standing like behind a pillar or something, and
I gotcha.
Yeah, so
just in case, yeah, I got you. Like and like so like out of sight, but but if you look for them, if you knew where they were, you'd be easy to find.
Yeah, they are like not in the room, standing like guarded, but they are there. They're standing at the edge of the vision, more or less. a guard steps forward and approaches you. You see that this guard is. Oh, you have never seen them before.
Unless if they're different from the ones in Port Bream, most definitely
Yeah,
not.
they are definitely from the ones in Port Bream, which all are like part of the military and security guild, which is easy to spot because they all the guild clothing have like patches with the guild emblem on the shoulders. So
Okay,
you
so
can
it's very
always easily
obvious that
tell.
they're of the.
Yeah,
Yeah. Okay.
clearly not a military security guild person.
Okay.
Specifically, you don't see any patches on the shoulders, but really fancy armor, really fancy clothing.
Yeah, I'm not gonna mention anything. I'm gonna see if they say anything first. Sort of like
He
like
approaches you and says, "Are you Julius?"
oh, that I am. I assume I hope my message to the fair advisor went well, or like she took it well. I assume that's what this is. For?
Yes. Follow me, and he
Uh,
turns
oh, of
around
course.
and leads you down a corridor. As you
Yeah, I'll
enter the
follow.
corridor, a second guard steps behind you, kind of
Yeah, I'm
getting
not gonna.
escorted at this point.
Yeah, I'm not gonna make a show of it or anything. It just sort of like it seems pretty normal for like a government facility to have people escorted. If they're unknown, so it seems normal to me.
You're getting escorted down a hallway, and at the end of the hallway, like the guards turn to the right, then head down this hallway, and then enter some room to the left.
Yeah, it's just kind of like the only thing he's doing is like keeping like a mental memory of like, okay, this is the direction I took in this hallway, just in case things go south, so he can escape pretty easily.
Yeah. You enter the room. One guard comes into the room with you. The second one stands outside, and the guard says, "The lady will pick you up soon. Wait here." And
I nod.
he exits the room again. You can sit down. There's like a nice lounge area that you can sit in. There's like a fancy office.
Yeah, I'll sit down and I've never been in here, so I don't actually know what it's like. I don't know, like I've never been in with like this high up official, so I don't know like the etiquette. So he's gonna like wander around the room a little bit, but like not go like behind the desk if there is one, but just sort of like wander
This
around
is
like where like that.
antechamber, so there's
Oh,
like just
okay,
a
there's, like,
place
nothing
to
in here.
sit, some paintings at the wall, like some art objects.
Yeah, I think he'll walk around, like look at the art, like look at just be like, but he's not sitting down.
Clearly a magical light in the room as well. Yeah.
Yeah, just sort of walk around, like look, like observing stuff, see if there's anything like out of the ordinary here. I don't just like normal like looking around stuff. But the only thing he's just not sitting down or any of the seats.
All right. One thing you notice is that the paintings are like really old.
Okay.
You've been like in fancy people's homes, mostly at night, mostly not invited, but you have been there. And so you have seen like art objects in all different shapes and forms. But these are a different period of time. Like the oldest stuff you have seen so far.
Okay. So like, yeah, okay, this is I'll take that to mind.
And you like wait for a few minutes, and then from the next room over, like there's like the door you came into from, and then there's a second door leading into a different room. The door opens, and through the door steps a woman. The woman is probably one of the most beautiful women you have seen so far. She has like almost platinum blonde hair, very fancy clothing, very expressive face, and are you like staring at her and trying to find out anything about her, or are you just like being
I
polite?
think he's gonna do like polite, like look over really quick, and he's gonna try to glance as many details as he can, but he's
Okay.
not gonna, he's not gonna like go out of his way to, like see if she's hiding anything or
Okay.
anything like that.
Give me a perception check to see if you pick up something.
22.
22. The one thing, as you like quickly give the woman a visual rundown, is apart from the things that I've described already, is that on both fingers, both hands, she has more than 2 fingers.
Whoa, what, more than 2 fingers? Never
More
heard
than
that
2
before.
fingers, yeah. On both hands, she has a silver ring, or maybe it's not silver. It's hard to tell. With some inscriptions on it, like no gemstones, but yeah.
Okay. And then as I do like the quick rundown, I assume it takes like a couple seconds, like a moment or so. I'll be like, I presume Septimar, I'll list out her title, advisor to the Royal Emissary of the Royal Council. It is an honor to meet you. And I'll do like a bow.
She steps over to you and looks you deep into the eyes, trying to see something.
Are we alone at this point?
Yes, you're alone. Her presence is... You can almost feel her presence.
Yeah. I'll drop the facade after like the door shuts and like the pleasantries are over. Then I'll be like, I'll just like like the smile dropped and I was like looking into her eyes.
Come with me. She turns around and like... You have the feeling if she were any more like upset or something, like she would grab you and drag you behind her. Like she turns around and goes back to the door, opens the door and like goes into the room. Expecting
I'll follow
you to
after.
Yeah,
I'll
you
follow
after her. This is a large room, a lot of light, some fancy dining set, not dining set, like some fancy lounge set there, some wine and like fruits on a table. She brings you over to the sitting area, sits down and points to the other side.
I'm just gonna before I sit down, I'm slowly moving them to sit down. I presume we're alone and no one can listen.
Are you trying to find this out, or are you asking her?
No, I'm asking. I'm asking.
Yes, we are alone. Nobody's listening, except for.
I just nod. I nod. Yeah, I understand what she means. Oh, well, I sit down. Put my right leg over my left one, and just sort of well. I assume we both have questions to ask each other.
Yes. First of all, she points vaguely in your chest area and says, "Show me."
Which one?
Your symbol.
Nod. I unbutton I assume a button or two, and then pull out the cord. I assume I've gotten a better one at this point. It's been a month and a half. Yeah, I forgot to mention it, but yeah, I probably got a more permanent one. And the bone with I pull out the bone with the large hole. Just this one, or would you like to see both? Would you like to see them together in a pair, or together, not a pair? I mean,
Where do you have the spike at the moment?
I think it's in my. I don't think I've moved. It's probably in a. It's either in his pocket or I assume he brought a backpack or something that's in there. So
right.
one of the two. If it matters, let me know. It's probably in his pocket because he probably keeps it close to him.
Yeah, over time you would have understood that you need them both together for.
Yeah. So yeah.
Holy
I mean, I don't think he's ever.
Together.
Yeah, I don't think he's. I think the only reason. Oh, I think the only reason he kept it separate was just because it sort of implied that if he put it on his chest, it would bleed. It would it would poke through his chest. But if it's you probably tried it, and if it's the contrary, then he probably keeps them both together.
Yeah, you have them together at all times, unless you're trying to specifically not to.
Yeah.
Funnily enough, you have never poked yourself in the chest with it.
Okay, that's good. Yeah, that was the only, I guess. So you probably tried it. I just forgot to mention it because we kind of glossed over some of that stuff because it would have been kind of boring to go through. Like, okay, does it bleed? Not, but yeah. Yeah. So yeah, so it's the bone with the obsidian spike like through the large hole. Yeah, just like yeah. So he shows that to her.
She says, well, seen this one before.
What do you mean by that? It's like he raises an eyebrow.
A while ago, a dwarf, part of the military guild, no, not the brightest, he got picked by the same deity as yours. Came by here. This must mean something. Tell me, you got sent here to deliver a very specific message, which I assume you do not know what it means.
Absolutely not.
That's fine. What else did he tell you?
To be truthful, tell you my experiences, not to lie.
What words?
I did not write those down. I didn't think they were important. He'll like he'll like tell the general gist of what it said. You can do an intelligence check if need be, but I did not write that down, so I do not remember.
Yeah, give me an intelligence check to see
Yeah.
how closely you paid attention.
Not super close to that point. Yeah, it's like I got the general gist of it, but not like the specific details. Like I probably recall some words, but they're probably out of order, or like I to use a synonym or something.
Yeah. She will ask you, did he say anything about freedom or liberation?
He's thinking, because I'm thinking as well. I don't believe so.
She kind of sighs, slightly disappointed. Well,
But
it's still a good thing.
Hmm.
The more of
You seem
we
to have
find. Yes?
oh sorry. Oh, so no,
No,
sorry.
go ahead.
You go for. You seem to know a bit more about this than I do. What is your relation to all of this? If you can speak it.
Well,
Can you also do the like magic?
not the type of magic that you can do. She like thinks a bit to herself and says, my family, we have a long-standing tradition of believing that there is more to the old stories.
Nodding along. I think I understand where you're going with this.
And so, let's say I'm very pleased that finally at least some of them become truth.
He's gonna like shift his legs aside, like over. He's like, and you need no proof to notice it, or do you just believe what you've been told?
I have seen enough proof.
How do you know I just didn't kill someone else who had it and stole it? Stole a letter with all the information and came here.
I think if you had done this, you would probably be dead soon.
soon, but not now. And I think you get quite a mighty boon if you were the one to discover it. So just a little surprised you didn't ask for any proof. Or did you get a vision as well, or a sweet or a whisper?
She kind of thinks about what you're saying. It's
You know,
kind
sort of implying what I got. That's like, yeah, that's the goal.
weird stuff that you are talking about, like, what does she do?
Trying to like read her expression to like what I'm saying as at the same time, cause yeah.
Um, well, she says, I would suggest that you tell me if you are lying about the things you're talking about. Roll me a saving throw versus spell.
Saving throw versus spell. Is this for mental adjustment or no? Or magical defense adjustment? I think it's just only mental for wisdom.
Yes, you can
Okay,
take a mental
so
adjustment.
1d20 plus 2. Oh, yeah, I passed that flying colors. Set 19, spells 13. Or spell save is 13.
Well, she has said what she has said. You feel like, with the words she has said, some magic has like brushed over you that you were able to shrug off.
Yeah, I'm gonna like, like not address it directly, but I'm gonna, I'm going to pull out the like my symbol with like the obsidian spike on it. Like grab my hand on it and like like slash it open like with like blood is dripping everywhere. Then I'm just gonna use a cure light wounds and heal myself. Ooh, like I'm gonna like like ooh my mistake, how clumsy of me, and then heal myself up.
She nods.
Ooh, I apologize. I'm a bit clumsy with these new artifacts, these new symbols, as you might know.
She like waves her hand, and the blood that you just like dropped onto the table disappears.
Now that you know who each other are completely, sort of like narrow my eyes a little bit. What? So I know why you know him, or you know the owl. Wait, you even know that it's an owl?
I've heard about
So I
it.
cocked my head and said, "Red."
I heard about it.
Heard about it. From a
As I
book.
said, you're not the first person with that symbol to
Oh, I'm aware.
enter
I
my
remember you
office.
told me. More so, I'm just curious where you got the information from. It was a person, a book, a tale, but he seemed to imply a person.
A person. There's my brother, who's currently somewhere else looking into things. He's
No, I know
finding
him.
out some stuff.
Yeah. So, sort of like like clap my hands together really quickly. You seem to know a little bit about I guess who I worship. It's a weird thing to say. He like sort of like mutters it to himself really quick and like collects himself really quick. I guess that makes us sort of like compatriots, followers of the true God. I don't know what you would want to call it. I was wondering what I guess we can do things for each other now that we come to at least under, I guess, similar knowledge to each other, with each other.
You have been sent here.
I know.
Why?
Oh, why? Is that what you said? Is that what you said?
Yeah, why?
Sort of like, ponders for a second, sort of like, drawing out like the silence a little bit. The owl told me. Told me to. Told me I would find more information, all that sort of stuff about if I came to you.
That's all? You got sent here to deliver a message? And
Seemed more for me than for it. That was the implication I got. Seemed like I also made a deal. Not entirely sure what the deal entails, but I made a deal, a pact. And seemed like the first step of it was learning more about the whole situation. I sort of like waved my hand. I feel like it would be better to know what I'm dealing with, know who I'm dealing with, know the powers that be. And you seem to be able to help with that. Or at least you know a bit more than I do, which any information in regard to this can help.
that seems a bit odd.
You're telling me, I say, like, for like one of the first, went to sleep one night. Went to sleep one night, had a dream, and then, the rest is history.
That has happened to a few. She like kind of drifts a bit, like unfocuses on the room. Like you have the feeling like she's in thought at this moment.
I'm gonna try to break her out of thought for a second, like sort of like point by like gestures, like, oh, your rings. I noticed they were well, I guess the most polite way to say it is unique.
She like, gets a big smile and says, "Well, everything about me is unique."
But I feel like those rings are quite unique. What I don't recognize the letters, do I? The characters.
No,
Yeah, it's like, what tongue is that? Is it old? Is it something that's still around?
it's
Is
just
it like
something. Doesn't spell anything. Give me a charisma check.
charisma? Okay. 32. Ooh, look at that. That's a good
She's
roll in a while.
not telling the truth.
Sort of like raise my eyebrows. Well, even gibberish can be useful, if it's put together in the right way. And I doubt something as well designed as this ring, as I'm like looking at it, and intelligent as you would just put gibberish on their finger. I mean,
They
even
are
like
old
sorry.
family heirlooms.
I like nod. It's like how old are they? And I guess like just to entertain a I guess an infant in this entire scene, as like making some like gestures, is like what does that gibberish like mean? I assume you know what it means, or at least have an idea of what it means.
That means something to me. It wouldn't mean anything to you.
Ah, well, if it means nothing to me, then what's the harm in telling it to me?
There's no harm. Just wouldn't understand it.
Well, try me.
She speaks in a language you do not understand.
I nod. I'm like, yeah, you were quite right. No harm in it, was there?
Well, no harm, no use, though.
That is where you're wrong. Now what does it mean though? I sort of like say, I'm like, I assume it has something to do with our same friend. Sort of everything about you, everything about your family seems to scream, at least once you look beneath the surface, that there's more to it. There's more layers to you and your family than you put on the impression of. So, I assume it has some purpose, and some purpose with the owl. or maybe not even it. Maybe the other ones. I sort of say like nonchalantly, seeing if that like piques her interest.
Ah, she likes us. There's a few things who have nothing to do with the gods.
Not along the grain with that. Yes, not
These
everything has to
rings
be.
are just family heirlooms. Passed through the generations, from daughter to daughter.
Do you mind if I, like gesturing to take a look at it?
She takes the one from her left hand and hands it over to you.
Sort of like seeing if it like feeling it around. Look, I'm gonna. Oh yeah.
The one thing you will instantly notice that this is not silver.
Do I know what it's made? Do I recognize the material or like what it feels like or looks like?
Probably steel.
Is steel common or is it like is it made for? Is it like steel used for swords? Are we like in the Iron Age?
It's
Or is it
not
more like
common.
bronze? Okay, I'm like sort of like look at it. I'm gonna like does it look like it would fit on any of like the spike or anything, or like the obsidian spike or anything, or any of that come to mind? Or
You can try whatever you want to try. It's a ring.
yeah,
It's
I'll
about
try.
the size
Yeah, I'll
of a
try.
finger.
I'll take it out. Like put it on like the like I'll take out like the whole like the obsidian spike like with like the bone on it, and like kind of like put it on it. Move around a little bit. Put it on, take it off, see if anything happens, see if I feel anything.
No, nothing.
And if nothing happens,
Just
I'll be like, oh,
seems to be a ring with an inscription that you can't read.
yeah, like well. Second, I recognize these characters in tongue. I'll be sure to come back and read that from you, or read that.
I'm afraid you will probably never be able to read this.
Ah, well, I say that like well, never say never, my new friend. I feel like just like a couple months ago, I would have said that no clerics could cast magic as long as the gods are the way they are, and well, I was right. The gods, as the way they were, can't. But I open my arms. Well, as they are now, they can. So I feel like it could be I feel like I could find it at some point. Find it in me to learn a language. Maybe me, but maybe someone else could.
Well, maybe. Maybe you could.
But
She takes the ring
So-
back, puts it on her finger.
yeah, I give it back to her after that. It's like yeah, but I'll probably get tasked with something soon. Yeah, sort of like yeah. But
There must be a reason why he sent you here. It can't just be to deliver a cryptic message that you don't understand.
maybe cryptic to me, but I doubt it's cryptic to you and your family. Must have some meaning behind it.
Of course, but
Not for me to hear. I know. I like I'm like yeah. But
it's unusual for the gods just to give out gifts. So there must be something that
I sort of like
I can do
went
for
really-
you, maybe? Is there something I can do for you?
Well, the only thing is, the only adventures that I have right now is that I am, caught in a, well, I guess I should say trouble, but more so just a part of my life at this point. Getting involved in a little adventure with, some adventurers.
Do tell.
I sort of like, I don't know if it would interest you. It has nothing to do with the gods. Well, I guess everything has to do with the gods, but this one wasn't directed by me, more so by mortal hands.
I'm involved with adventurers, so maybe this is the connection we are missing.
Sort of like raise an eyebrow. Which, I haven't mentioned which. Unless you already know which group I'm talking about. In which case you are more informed than I thought.
There is. I've been one of the leading people behind the eastward operations.
Mm.
So I know
That might
quite a few adventurers.
that might be the missing puzzle piece. That might be the piece of the puzzle that we are missing. Well, I assume that your tongue is quite tight, and I wouldn't want a new follower of our great owl to fall. Well, I guess fall prey early is a bit of an understatement. I'll fall when I need to, but seems to be that the I just sort of like I sort of like look over my shoulder sort of instinctively when I talk about this. I assume you know the guild.
She nods.
Well, sort of like yeah, like yeah, sort of like move around a little bit, like jittering a little bit. Well, they found out about. Well, I try to keep it under wraps as best as I could. Knowing all the tales and everything about necromancers in case they thought it was that. Well, word got out that they knew. No idea how. Put me on a bit of a task to find a group of adventurers with a what is it, a wizard for a leader? Haven't seen many of them recently. Believe his name was Usmar. That was the leader of this little group of adventurers. Said I'd find them in Tariga. So came here with the first group of cars. Was gonna leave out in a couple of days. They won. The guild wants first dibs on whatever they find out east, if they find anything out east.
The guild always wants first tips on everything.
That they do.
Well, the group of adventurers you're looking for, I might be able to get you in touch with them. I somewhat expect them to be showing up here soon.
Yeah. Well, if they're coming to me, that makes both of our jobs quite a bit easier.
From my understanding, you're I don't know, the dwarf that I was talking about, the other priest of your faith. He left Juhatana Island a few weeks ago. He was originally the leader of this group. And from what I understood, the second wizard of the party was involved with some problems with his own guild. Apparently something about not telling them about magic items he found. So he's also gone.
Yes, I can't imagine that the Wizard Guild would be too happy about the one thing they care about, not their wizards telling them. Well, at least if you're going to keep a secret about it, make sure they don't know, and if they do, make sure to placate them well, I'd imagine.
Yeah, something went wrong, and well, nonetheless, this group is down to
two members and one cleric and one wizard, and a cleric shows up at their doorstep when they come back looking at them to burials. Fuck, that was lightning. That scared me. No, I didn't even expect it to storm. That it just air lightning, but yeah, it's like, but he's like, okay, I'll get back into character for a second. He's like, Well, if I feel like it'd be a bit strange to just have them stumble upon one, but they look for one, they get a letter of recommendation. Others don't show up, or don't aren't interested. Someone shows up that's interested. I feel like it'd be quite good, quite convenient for them, and convenient for us.
Well, convenient for me and convenient for you. For different reasons, but...
Different reasons, yes, but convenient nonetheless.
Convenient nonetheless. Alright, stay in town for a few days. I will see what comes up.
Oh, yes. And before we go, I'm just gonna be like extremely blunt here. Anything to give me? Useful that I'm gonna need? I don't know if you give out magic, whatever, to these people, or I assume you're rich in that. Everyone seems to know your name around here, or at least knows where to find you. Well, I'm not surprised; it's quite open, but
He thinks to himself for a moment.
Can't promise anything, but who knows? I might be dead in the gutter in the next 2 days after you give it to me. But who knows? Maybe it'll make it all the way east and whatever's out there.
I can't think of anything that would be of much use to you at the moment.
Well, there's nothing that you can think of, then there probably is nothing. Any place you recommend I go while I'm staying here? I visit? Any sights to see?
Go to the temple, find your spot. That's all that I can tell you.
The temples don't seem to, well, they don't seem to have the whole picture. It seems a little pointless.
Oh, so you think.
I don't see any large black owls in the temples, and when I ask about it, they don't seem to know what I'm talking about. The only thing is that, like, he like sort of ponders for a second, is that the only thing that's similar is the obsidian and the term they use for the soul. It's the only thing that was similar.
From what I
Everything
understand, and from what I have seen, is that the temples in this land are missing something. But it's just the surface that is missing something.
Oh yes, I remembered one more thing to tell you. Is that it was the first time that I met the owl, but he wanted to be known that they are returning, or at least he is returning. And I shall leave you with that piece of information.
And as you have said before, keep in mind that this kingdom is well, the things that you can do are unknown to the people.
Oh, I'm quite aware.
Don't get into trouble.
I'll get into as much trouble as I want, but I'll be sure to do it, no one notices. Anyways, is there any place you recommend that I don't get into trouble?
Don't heal people in public.
Oh, I know that. What do you take me for? I got this far, didn't I? I got all the way from Port Bream to Barrios, city to city, with
City
my
to
head on my
city.
shoulders.
Good
Head on
job.
my shoulders. Head on my shoulders, no lynchings to be done. No miracles to be beheld. But I guess like I'll be a bit more blunt about it. Is there anything that you would recommend that people that would be useful, but people wouldn't mind if it went missing around here? People wouldn't ask too many questions. Asking a city official if what's the best place to steal, where no one would care. Doesn't have to be gold. It can be items.
She uses to herself.
Yeah, I mean, like sort of like looking away, like looking at like the paintings or whatever around. Like, doesn't have to be gold. Honestly, that'd be less preferable if it's gold, but more so like things that would be useful. Like if minor merchant had like a shipment of something, happened to have something magical in there and went missing. Just a minor merchant. Who knows that they were telling the truth to begin with? Could have been boasting to their guild.
Well, there's one person I wouldn't mind to lose things.
If you don't mind, then it is I guess how should we say, it could help us.
Help yourself, and by helping
Well, it would help
yourself,
myself.
satisfy me. There's a certain merchant known for selling rare items of high quality food. Like he specializes in creating and trading with Well, he specializes in trading. He has people who create this for him. Artisan food. He recently has decided to raise his prices by 3 times.
Hmm. Quite a high markup for food. I wonder what the reason is.
The reason is that he's like the biggest asshole you can find in this town, and he knows that he's the only person who has access to this stuff, so
Mm.
he can make people pay whatever he wants.
Yeah, it would be very nice if someone came and humbled them about what could happen if, oh, like, just be nice and humble. Food stocks went missing, stuff spoiled.
Yeah.
They didn't expect to spoil. It'd be a shame if that happened. But
And
hey,
think about all the
virtue.
money that this guy is making at the moment.
Oh, of course. 3 times markup and people are still buying. I can't imagine.
Yeah, the supply can't have gotten more expensive, so
Oh, of course not. We're not a. I mean, no. I look around. Unless you know something I don't. I don't think a civil war is breaking out. So, and we don't have any other nations at our borders. So, at least yeah, So I can't imagine the shipping lanes or the caravans have gotten more expensive. Ah, someone
maybe I
needs to
have
teach them
gotten
virtue.
slightly more expensive, but that doesn't have anything to do with what the merchants pay for the caravans.
No, exactly. Yeah, I feel like getting a little bit of humbleness would be good, go a long way.
Yes.
So like, what would you think? Just wondering if just some food gets stolen. I mean, you know, I can't imagine you'd be okay. I can't imagine a slight such as all this food getting, all these coffers getting like swept up and his food spoiled would go well. But just like maybe like like a couple loaves of bread. Again, I'm not a noble such as yourself, so not such a refined taste, but a couple bottles of wine, that are if he only has 10, 3 go missing. That's quite a bit.
Specifically, he has a small back room where he keeps the stores that have to be kept cold.
Mm. Ashamed that ashamed something went missing. The door was left open.
Oh, yeah, imagine that door is left open. All the fancy stuff that he's paying so little and asking for so much gets
Oh, exactly.
spoiled.
Hmm. Well, let's
Imagine,
just
imagine
sorry.
somebody knows that the door was left open and the things are not properly refrigerated, and then he tries to sell them anyways.
Oh, the scandal that would be.
That would be quite a scandal.
Hmm. Well, as like I think he stands up now. Well, I guess as much as gossiping is fun, I feel like we both have things that we need to attend to now. And hmm. Oh yes, one more thing before I go. Do you have a residence, a place that you would like me to contact you in the future if I need to send letters or something along those lines? I imagine I'll be out of the city for after I meet up with this adventuring group, but if you need to
Yes.
send a letter every now and again.
If you
Yeah,
need to contact me, send it to my family residence. Actually, I tells you the name.
yeah. Any ciphers you want me to go through? Any specific keywords or phrases?
I think the old friend from a time long ago, almost forgotten, works quite well.
I nod. Okay.
As with all the secret things. I mean, you seem to be quite adept at doing this, so we don't have to. I don't think I need to explain to you how to keep things in the unobvious.
Do not worry. I can make things very obvious if I want to. But in regards to all of this stuff, keeping things, you know, unknown is always helpful.
It is. Well,
Well, I guess it'd be best that we both go now. I do not want to take up any more of your time. And oh yes, what I imagine that I imagine that I need to take a trip over to the merchants, what are they, not guild, but like area of the city. I had a craving for something. Thought I'd get something. Thought I'd get something over there.
um, enjoy yourself.
You as well. Uh, feel free to teach me that. Feel free to translate that ring for me the next time we meet.
I won't.
And I'll walk out.
Yeah, she will like tell you to like stay in town for at least like 2 weeks or so.
Okay. All right. I think it's a good place to stop unless you want to go longer. We've been going for a while, and I don't want to. Yeah, it seems like a good place, a nice stopping point.
Yeah. So you have something that you can think about planning like a break-in stuff.
Yeah.
And also we have to wait for the rest of the party to catch up with you.
Oh yeah, for sure. Alrighty, well, yeah, that was good.
It was a nice session, yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
You got enough cryptic information to... yeah, mechanically, sure. This is like all the things that you have learned so far. And with the rest of the information, you can do whatever you want.
Yeah, I'll see what that food's about in the city as the short-term goal. See what that is.
Probably just some petty grievances.
Might have been petty grievances, but I mean, I imagine there'll be something there. If it's worst comes to worst, it's just expensive food that I can, there's probably like an item or a gold that I can steal.
Probably at least.
But also, favors go a long way too.
Yeah. All right. I think that ends it.
Yeah, I think it does. Thank you so much.
Well, next session will be on next Saturday.
Okay.
Where we
normal time?
Yeah, normal time, where we will get all the group together and see how well you can get in with the adventurers and not spoiling all your secrets.
Yeah, I guess we'll see.